Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this morning sitting. And as you recall, first of all, I want to correct the perception that I'm also out of the country. I am around. And I'm not chairing the session virtually. I'm here physically. So whoever is circulating that I'm also out of the country, I am very available. Honorable members, you recall on 20th July 2023, we adjourned the House and died pending the tabling of the statutory instrument by the Minister of Local Government. That is pursuant to Section 175 of the Local Government Act 1997 on the amendment of the third session of the Local Government Act to extend the tenure of the Local Council 1 and 2, which expired on 10th July 2023. As we all know, the functionality of the LOC 1s and 2s or of the local councils is very important in realization of our decentralization. The Minister of Local Government has furnished my office with a copy of the statutory instrument, which will be tabled to this House. Honorable members, I received petitions. One was from Uganda Manufacturers Association regarding the challenges affecting the efficiency and effectiveness of the sugar sector, mainly arising from regulatory weaknesses on the part of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The second petition was from the National Association of Broadcasters regarding the government policy on business to private media houses, where all the work, all the adverts are supposed to only be given to one media house. That petition has also been brought. Pursuant to Rule 30(5) of the Rules of Procedure, I hereby refer these petitions to the relevant committees. The one of the broadcasters will go to Committee of ICT, and the one of the manufacturers will go to the Committee of Trade, and then they will report to this House as per Rule 30(10) of the Rules of Procedure. I want to urge you to look at those petitions and report back to the House. Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 15, Rule 25, Rule 160, and Rule 188 of the Rules of Procedure, I will vary the order paper to allow the designations that were not made at that time. Designations to the committees, sector committees. So I will request both whips, whip on opposition and government, if there are any designations, we should handle it right away. We are going to have a short sitting. We shouldn't spend the whole day here. All we want is to make sure our LOC ones are active. That's most important. 2, we want to ensure that the guidelines of works, guidelines from works, are either approved or thrown out. Okay? We want to know how we are going to use the 1 billion shillings. That's why we are here. And after this, I should be able to give you time to go and rest also.
Hi, but how? But how? How do we rest?
Honorable members, based on that, can I have designations? Yes, Honorable Semuju Ibrahim. Formally.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. On Sunday, we buried a former member of parliament, Honorable Hussein Chanjo. I thank you for your contribution towards that burial. And I also thank members of parliament who made the contributions and those who traveled to Bukoma and Simbi. Madam Speaker, the issue I want to raise all the speeches at his funeral, including a speech by the Honorable Asman Vasari, or the president of JEMA, pointed to the fact that Honorable Chanjo was poisoned. Before I left the media, one of the stories I did was a story of the president flying his daughter for antenatal care to Spain. And the president said he did not trust Morago because he feared they would poison his daughters. Now that poison has become part of, unfortunately, of our lives. Madam Speaker, I am requesting you to institute a committee of parliament to investigate these claims. Because I have told you, the president said the reason he flew his daughter was because he feared poison, and he said in Morago. So we are now fearing, even at parliament at one time, there were stories of poison, and some MPs had abandoned the canteen. So this being a serious matter, I am requesting you, Madam Speaker, to institute a committee to look into these matters before we have more people falling victim to poison.
Honorable members, my apologies. I forgot to announce to the House the demise of our former colleague, Honorable Chanjo Hussein. And I am speaking of the one I know. I am here to get an Honorable Mate. May we rise and observe a moment of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, I will not indulge myself in discussion of poison, But to the best of my knowledge, on the issues of taking the daughter for treatment in out of the country, we have also tried to be taking Honorable Chanjo for treatment out of the country. Honorable Asuman will testify to that unless you've not been delivering the message. Because we've been sending you.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. And maybe before I comment on that issue, I want to thank you for the support and also the members of parliament. I and Honorable Semojo and the leader of opposition have been moving around with the papers asking for support from the MPs. And right on Speaker, the MPs have been providing the support. And we are really very grateful as JEMA. JEMA has had 2 MPs are now remaining alone, right on Speaker, with the demise of Chanjo. In your case, I have been coming to you personally, asking for support for Honorable Chanjo. And I want to confirm, right on Speaker, that each time I have come to your office, you have been providing the necessary financial support. And it has been acknowledged. It was acknowledged in Chiburi. It was even acknowledged in Bukoma Nsimbi by the family. We want to thank you for that. But right on Speaker, on the issue of the poison, you have rightly said you will not indulge yourself in it. But today we need to ask in what fora and at what time we need to discuss it. Because even in one of the dailies today, there is a suspected case of poisoning by a minister. In one of the dailies. And a minister has been a victim. And the daily was saying he was flown to Turkey. I've just been reading the headlines. So it raises a lot of fear and suspicion. Right on Speaker, one time General Tinyefunza, who is now Sejusha, paid a visit to the JEMA State House in Mengo.
I told you when we're starting, we've come for a specific item. When we want to discuss about poison, we will have a session for poison. The problem we have in Uganda, whoever dies of anything, it is poison. Whoever dies of anything, it is a poison. And poison can be anywhere, even in your villages. Even food poisoning, even the food we eat. And I think that's why you're bringing that bill, the counterfeit law, because of the counterfeit. Can we have designations? I am not going to allow members, honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, cross-border trade. You first sit. Can we have designation?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Our side on your left, Madam Speaker, has been beefed up by a new member from Oyam North constituency. And in accordance with Rule 187, sub-Rule 1 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament, Madam Speaker, permit me designate the Honorable Eunice Otuko Apio, Dr. Eunice Otuko Apio of Oyam North, an UPC ticket to the committee, sectoral committee on tourism, trade, cooperatives, and industry. I beg to designate Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Those in favor, to which committee?
sectoral committee on trade industry, cooperatives industry.
And then standing?
I thought we deal with one at a time, like we have always been.
It's one person.
Okay. Pursuant to Rule 160, sub-rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I hereby designate the Honorable Eunice Otuko Apio of Oyam North on UPC ticket to the Standing Committee on Human Rights. I beg to designate Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Right Honorable Speaker, in conformity with Rule 1510C and Rule 187(1) of the Rules of Procedure of this House, I beg to propose that the following honorable members be designated to the following committees as members: Honorable Aheku Patrick, Defense and Internal Affairs; Honorable Lagen David, Presidential Affairs; Honorable Natumanya Flora, Environment and Natural Resources; Honorable Ojok Andrew Olanya, Committee on Agriculture; Honorable Odoi Bernard, Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs; Honorable Angora Frederick, Committee on Environment and Natural Resources; and Honorable Itungu Nathan from Committee of Agriculture to Committee on Education and Sports. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to propose.
Honorable members, those in favor of the designations of the members that have been read by the whip of government, and those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Let's have it. Those ones who are saying no are no go. I am the one who gave the government chief whip to designate my member of independent because my independent didn't delayed to come. I don't have a vice dean. Next item. Next item.
Item 3, motion seeking leave to introduce a private member's bill, the anti-counterfeiting bill.
Honorable members, pursuant to Article 94(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Rule 121 of the Rules of Procedure, I invite Honorable Asumani to move a motion seeking leave to introduce a private member's bill to curb counterfeiting. As we all know, there's a lot of imitation of products and services, which often, like what you're talking of poison, that may be just some counterfeit foods, which is affecting various institutions. I now invite Honorable Asumani.
Thank you very much, Veteran Speaker. Veteran Speaker, I beg to move a motion seeking leave of this August House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Anti-Counterfeit Bill. Veteran Speaker, this motion is moved under Articles 94, Clause 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Rules 56, 121, and 122 of the Rules of Procedure. Veteran Speaker, whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter for the peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda, and whereas Article 94 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rules 121 and 122 permit a member of parliament to move a private member's bill. Aware that in Uganda, there are various laws regulating the registration and exploitation of intellectual property assets, including the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Copyright and Neighboring Acts, the Trade Secrets Protection Act, the Trademarks Act, the Geographical Indications Act, the Industrial Property Act, the Plant and Variety Protection Act, noting that there is an increase in the uptake of intellectual property assets through registration and creation of trademarks, service marks, commercial names and designations, inventions in all fields of human endeavor, industrial designs, scientific discoveries, literary, artistic, and scientific works, performances of performing artists, producers of phonograms and broadcasters, protection against unfair competition, and protection of trade secrets, further noting that the increased exploitation of intellectual property assets has significantly contributed to innovation and creativity, which in turn have contributed to socio-economic transformation of the economy through increased revenue, employment opportunities, creation of joint ventures, protection of trade and commercial secrets from being disclosed, acquired, or used by others without consent, concerned that enforcement mechanisms
matter.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I support the member who is moving his bill, but as if he's going to justification before we have
He's
supported.
justifying the motion
But before it has been
before-
supported by the whole house, Madam.
before being seconded.
Before it is seconded, so I don't know.
Just move your motion seeking leave and we see if
Yes,
you
fine.
have a secondment.
Madam Speaker, in the premises, I seek the indulgence of this honorable house to give me leave to make or move a private member's bill. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Honorable Kirol Musa Ibanda. Chief, you're not by whip of by Honorable Nambeshe, by Honorable by the whole house. Honorable members, government is not supporting this motion. Can I hear from government? Can I hear from government?
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I feel on behalf of government that it is slightly earlier because we have not yet dealt into the merits and demerits, looking at the advantages and disadvantages, the provisions as proposed. But since the member is seeking leave of the House, it would be important that leave be granted such that we are able to see the content of what is seeking leave of the House to present as a private member's bill.
Thank you so much, government. Yes. Can I have a second, the seconder?
Yes, but we want to put this on record. Whether the front bench of government does not support a bill, we can move ahead with it. We are not for Chankwan's resolutions here. Yes, that's proper.
Honorable members, can I hear from the seconders? Can I hear from the seconders? Yes. Motion.
Madam Speaker, I move that the question be put because there is nobody who is opposed to granting the honorable man leave.
Seconded. Seconded by Mukono, Honorable Lanya, Fred, Wakiso, Smagola, Casilo, Quinn, Martin, honorable members, I put a question that this House grants leave to Honorable Suman Basalira to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Anti-Counterfeit Bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, in furtherance to Rule 1212, I urge the clerk to accord the member all the assistance in processing this bill. Next item.
Item 4, laying of papers.
Right on, Speaker, before we take leave of the
You
matter,
lay the
I want to lay the draft bill for record purposes. I beg to lay right on. Speaker.
please lay.
Item 4, laying of papers. Item 4.1, statutory instrument number 63 of 2023, the local government's amendment of third schedule instrument 2023.
Honorable members, as earlier on stated, this House was adjourned on 20th July 2023 to enable the Minister of Local Government to table a statutory instrument to amend the third schedule of the Local Government Act to extend the tenure of the local councils, which expired on 10th July 2023. The extension of the tenure affects the local council 1 and 2 because we've not had elections of the local councils. Honorable members, after the initial extension of the affected local councils, the responsibility will rest squarely on this House because it is this House that does appropriation. We need to appropriate money for the election of the local councils. And it is also a responsibility of this House that upon expiry, if no elections take place, it is this House to extend their term of office. So I want to urge the minister, much as we're extending the term, much as you're laying the statutory instrument, let's have elections. Let's have elections. Give us a budget of what you've agreed to conduct elections. Who will provide money for that? We want elections to take place. Honorable Minister, please go ahead and lay the statutory instrument.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I beg to lay on table the statutory instrument number 63 of 2023, the local governments in bracket amendments of third schedule instrument 2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, honorable members. That is the instrument extending the term of office of the local councils by 180 days. Honorable members, yes, shadow local.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we are not going to engage ourselves in a debate anymore on this issue. What we wanted is an instrument, a legal instrument extending the term.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, we need this clarity because when you look at the illegality that has been put forward upon this House, we need some more clarity.
Yeah, you
and
go-
we really want to get assurance from this, from the side, from the minister, because when you look at the
what
debt he's
assurance,
giving,
what assurance do you
what
want?
assurance, what we are saying, if you are saying that you are giving we are giving 180 days to see that these local councils are in place, can we get to know how we are going to see that this is really effective? Because according to the provisions made in this instrument, you are giving leeway that at any appropriate time, given the last part that is being put, that as long as it has become extremely difficult or impossible to conduct elections for the administrative unit councils. So isn't that an item that is being inserted that is open every time? Some information.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for giving way.
I didn't
I cite
give you,
Article
I
1,
didn't
clause
give you, I didn't give you,
information.
I did not give you. So are you done, Ethel? Ethel, you're done? Yes. Can I
Madam
first,
Speaker, I'd asked for some information.
you're,
I'd granted
you
information.
become a speaker today?
Yeah.
You
Thank
become
you. Thank you, Honorable Member,
Please
for giving.
sit, member sit. Yes,
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'm just seeking clarification.
there is a procedural matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the instrument has been laid. And you have said there will be no further debate on it. I am seeking two procedural issues. The first, you being the custodian of our rules, to guide the Parliament whether the expiry of a term that actually occurred and people even left office, whether there was actually anything to extend because they had already left office. And two, Madam Speaker, whether by your ruling, which the rules make it very difficult to challenge, Parliament now becomes responsible for this instrument.
Eji. Honorable members, it is the same team here that sent the minister to go and bring the statutory instrument. Under section 175.3, the local government and of the local government, we are supposed to give it 2 weeks for us, for it to be effective. Because of the emergency, and I want to tell you, after we had the house here, we went back and had a top management meeting where LOP was part of the meeting, where we advised the minister on what to do. The emergency we have is that the LOCs are not effective. They are not working. No, let's first hear from AG. He was responding. I like the way you're all standing. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm glad you have highlighted the provision under section 175.3 that the rules once the regulations once tabled before Parliament has 2 weeks within which to make a decision. However, I want to say something about a query raised by Honorable Nganda about extension in retrospect. Article 92, if I'm not mistaken, says you cannot make a law to retrospectively change a decision of a court. Okay, and this is not a court ruling. In the past, we have made laws here and given them retrospective effect. We have made the ECOP law, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline law. We gave it retrospective effect. Let me pick a list, Right Honorable Speaker, and I read it to you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member,
We have
don't heckle that you'll take a member to court. I don't think there is any road that is closed that is denying you from going to court. Please go. You don't need to ask for permission to go to court. Why don't you respect each other? Please.
we passed the Traffic and Road Safety Act 1998. We passed the Traffic and Road Safety Act 1998, Amendment 2 of 2003, and gave it retrospective effect. We passed the Mining and Minerals Act 2002 and gave it retrospective effect. We passed the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP, special provisions, and gave it effect. I can't give
Thank you.
information. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me give information to my learned brother on this matter. I want to invite you, learned Attorney General, to read section 17 of the Interpretation Act. And actually, the problem is not the retrospective application of this instrument. That's not the problem. Because section 17 of the Interpretation Act, Right Honorable Speaker, says a statutory instrument may be made to operate retrospectively. So that's not the problem. So the issue under consideration, and in answering this, you don't even have to cite these cases you are citing. They are unnecessary and inapplicable in the circumstances because you are dealing with a statutory instrument. And when you are dealing with application of a statutory instrument, retrospectively, you have to seek refuge in the Interpretation Act. And section 17, subsection 2 is your refuge. But Right Honorable Speaker, but that is information. Right Honorable Speaker, if you give me opportunity, I would like to submit on this matter beyond the retrospective application of this law. With your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker. But that's the information I wanted to give that again.
There is something that needs to be answered. Now that you've brought a statutory instrument and you're asking for 180 days, when are we going to have elections? That is what members want to hear. When do we have elections?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government is committed to have elections for LOC1 and LOC2, subject to availability of funds. But as we speak now, the councils need guidance on how to proceed. So this instrument is to guide within this period of 6 months. And after 6 months, I want to believe that we shall have had the resources. The finance minister is here, and then we shall move. But this instrument is for this period.
Can I hear from Honorable?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I am just seeking clarification on the effect of the statutory instrument on my villages in the constituency, which have had no chairman, or given that chairman died a long time ago. It would seem to me that the instrument is giving authority to dead men to govern the villages from the comfort of their graves. I am seeking clarification. I just need clarification on the matter. Is there anything criminal in seeking clarification so that I may understand better? I just want to understand. Why are people going in arms? I am seeking clarification whether the dead men govern my villages from the comfort of their graves.
Honorable member, you have made your point. Why do you continue making noise? Yes.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, the member is entitled to getting clarification on this matter. The Local Government Act is clear. When the chairperson dies or resigns or leaves office, the vice chairperson takes over. So for now, the status quo prevails.
You first shout until you get tired. Honorable members, I put a question that the statutory instrument number 63 of 2023
Thank you, Right
Honorable members, out of respect for leader of opposition, and he's a leader of opposition, I am giving him to give his views. He was part of the meeting. He actually advised the minister on the right thing to do.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the record, I should state that it was an informal meeting, and therefore there was no record taken. Secondly, now let me clarify. It's true, I advised the Attorney General to bring the instrument and justify its legality. That's really a no-brainer. That's what I had to do as the law. And here we are, right on the Speaker. The minister has brought the statutory instrument. We are breaking down its legality and space in Parliament. Right on the Speaker, Section 175 is very clear. If you have a Local Government Act, the minister shall, as soon as practicable, after publication of such an instrument under this section, cause the instrument to be laid before Parliament. And the Parliament may amend or revoke the statutory instrument. And if no amendment or revocation is effected within 2 weeks of its being laid before Parliament, it shall be deemed to have been approved. That's Honorable Speaker. Here we are, it's being laid. It can't be pushed down our throats. We have to actually break it down and appreciate the efficacy of its contents. Honorable Speaker, I would like to seek for your indulgence to allow Parliament to debate, to amend the contents, or even revoke it. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is about us and our people. It's not anybody's tool to go. And I would like you to allow me to really have my take on the instrument, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to refer you to Rule 175.3. The minister shall, as soon as practicable, after the publication of the statutory instrument under this section, cause the instrument to be laid before Parliament, and Parliament may, can you kindly sit? Kindly. And Parliament may, and I'm repeating, may. The Parliament may amend or revoke the statutory instrument. And if no amendment or revocation is affected, within 2 weeks of being laid before Parliament, within 2 weeks of being laid within Parliament can even be 1 hour, within 2 weeks. Honorable members, and as I said before, and I want to plead with my brother, Lob, that we are dealing in a state of emergency. I want to tell you, I have people who are even in prison and cannot get out because we don't have the LOC ones in place. I want to plead with you.
That Honorable Speaker, there's no comment about it. And if you allowed us to debate this, you'd even see the efficacy of causing some amendments.
Okay.
For instance,
let's give 10 people to debate.
thank you. And let me offer leadership, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please offer leadership.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the first place, I agree with you that we have a crisis, a procedural crisis, because a government slept on duty. And being in a crisis, we may not really allow ourselves to pass a regulation that has particular provisions that offend the Constitution and the law. And you see, let me make this very clear. There's nothing wrong with the minister bringing in regulations. That should be understood. But we need to understand the context.
It's a procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, the instrument has been laid. I know the NRM government is very creative. They can even resurrect the dead. But the procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, you have allowed us to debate the instrument. I don't know the content. I don't have it. Can this parliament debate a document it does not have? How do I speak about content I don't know and don't have, Madam Speaker?
Honorable members, I like my members of parliament because I want to refer you, the document is on the Gazette. Can we have, Mr. Kema, is the document uploaded? Is it uploaded? Love, as we get the document.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing us to have our take on the instrument. Right Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the importance of legislation in defining the trajectory of governance. And that's why you are referring to a crisis. However, I have a challenge when governance is supposed to be done by legal engineering. When we had time to have these issues rectified through budgeted processes. In that regard, Honorable Speaker, I have very strong reservations about the instrument and obtaining from the third schedule of the government regulations. The context, in my view, is premised on the difference between the rule of law as we know it and the rule by law. We all know the heritage of the rule of law as it obtains. But, Honorable Speaker, let's look at this. What is the intent of the instrument as we have it? The minister is making an insertion in the regulations. My concern is in regard to paragraph 11AD. And I'll quote, that the minister may, with the prior approval of cabinet, extend, renew, reinstate, or validate the term of office of administrative units, administrative unit councils where it has become extremely difficult or impossible to conduct elections for administrative unit councils. The effect of this, Honorable Speaker, is the classical case of rule by law. And the phrase I'm quoting is whereby it has become extremely difficult or impossible. This, Honorable Speaker, may be used conveniently if you look at it. I don't know where the minister gets the feeling that it can be extremely difficult or impossible, and who determines extremely difficult and impossible. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is going to be conveniently used at the whims of the government to inhibit the right to vote. First and foremost, this provision is ambiguous and generally subjective. For instance, the words and phrases extremely difficult or impossible used in the instrument are vague. They are ambiguous and uncertain, and they're generally subjective. The right to vote is so vital that any provision that seeks to inhibit its exercise must be clear, precise, and concise. What would be, for example, the threshold of whether it is extremely difficult or impossible? Who determines that threshold of extremely difficult or impossible? So that we are able to determine it. That the minister sits and says it's now extremely difficult and it's impossible, Honorable Speaker. So he brings an instrument and we ratify because it's extremely difficult and impossible. Honorable Speaker, the words and the phrase extremely difficult or impossible connote many meanings. It renders it prone to abuse and misuse. And that takes me to the question of purpose of the SI, Honorable Speaker. What is the purpose of this instrument? Government is on record stating that they did not sufficiently budget for local government elections, and therefore there are no funds for these activities at the moment. In our view, this does not call for amendment of the law to give government an open route or work excuses. If they are genuine in what they are currently, that they lack funds currently, we may allow time to mobilize funds to hold elections as provided under the law. This is a question of poor planning and does not call for amendment of the law to include a ground for always covering up a messed up budgeting process by MDAs. And it's very clear, if you look at regulation 11, Honorable Speaker, and we need to really be very clear. Extension referred to 11.2. Extension of the referred to may be renewed by a resolution of Parliament. A resolution does not mean amending the law, right, Honorable Speaker. You don't have to amend the law. That's why when the minister said that he's going to bring a regulation, I said, bring it. And subject to debate. This is the debate is running away from. If you go under regulation 11.2, you don't need this statutory instrument. It is a tall grass to hide ineptitude.
Thank you, Rob, for giving way. The information I wanted to give you is that the Honorable Magezi likes extending things. You remember he's the one who removed the age limit. He likes making people cry. Now he has come to say, now we extend LCs.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members. When you look at what Loeb is talking about, extension of term of the council, and is referring to 11.2, that where you have 11.2, the extension referred to in sub regulation 1 may be renewed by a resolution of Parliament. What he's saying, we didn't need this statutory instrument, we could as well renew it by a resolution of Parliament. That's what he's saying. I'm just, yes, go ahead.
Right, Honourable Speaker, why I'm saying this is that the minister is hiding under this instrument to expand his powers. And enlarging the powers is irregular using this instrument. That's why I'm saying that if he was indeed genuine in what he intended to do, initially that there was no money. He's now introducing, he's importing in new powers to determine extremely difficult and impossible, which we are saying makes this instrument rather out of the space of law. It's a form of legal engineering that this House must reject. If the minister wanted to extend the term of office of these local councils, in any case, Article 207 does not even envisage the powers of the minister for LCs. It only talks about local governments. It would be a commitment from finance to say we do not have money.
Honorable
We need this.
Leader of opposition, the minister is not expanding in his powers. It is the law that vests the powers on the minister. When you look at 175, the minister may, by statutory instrument, make regulations for better carrying into effect of the provisions of this act. You are the ones who gave the minister powers. He's not extending them.
Mr. Speaker, what are the provisions of this act? The provisions are that the council term has expired. And that's not about regulation, it's about the constitution, right, Honourable Speaker.
Information to you, Lord. Thank you very much. Right, Honourable Speaker, law refers to Section 11 of Schedule 3. Allow me, colleagues, to read it. It's an extension of the term of the council. The minister may, with the prior approval of cabinet, extend the term of office of a local government council or a number of local government councils from 4 years for a further period not exceeding 6 months, where Uganda is in a state of war, Uganda is in a state of emergency, in a district or part of a district has been declared disturbed. Now, subsection 2 is the extension referred to in this sub-regulation 1 may be renewed by resolution of Parliament. Right, Honourable Speaker, the critical word here is under sub-regulation 1, we are talking about approval of extending the term of office of a local government council. The proposed amendment is not about a local government council. It's about a local administrative unit. I don't know whether this matter is easily understood. And then sub-regulation 2, which talks about extension referred to may be renewed by resolution of Parliament. My understanding is we extend for 6 months. If in any case the minister wants to come to have a further extension, this shall only be renewed by resolution of Parliament. So it would not be proper now to apply the 11, which is on local government councils, on the proposed amendment, which is about administrative units. Yeah.
Honourable Minister, before you take the next breath, will you quote the law that allows you to extend the term of administrative units?
No, Right, Honourable Speaker, let's look at the Local Government Act, Section 175. Subsection 1 is clear. The minister may, by statutory instrument, which exactly is what I'm doing, make regulations for better carrying into effect the provisions of this act. The second one, Honorable Kanya, the minister may, by statutory instrument, and with the approval of cabinet, amend, replace, alter, revoke any of the schedules provided under this act And the minister shall not have power to delegate this function. I'm exactly doing what the law tells me to do.
Honorable members, in the
Chair.
public gallery this morning, cool down, cool down. Honorable members, in the public gallery this morning, we have a delegation of heads of education institutions in the primary section of Kapilibyong district, represented by Honorable Eseno and Honorable Tuto Jacinta. You're most welcome. This is your parliament. When you go back, you tell those people we have extended the term of office for LOC ones. Honorable members, in the public gallery this morning, again, we have a delegation of staff of National Assembly of Ghana. Ghana, we have Mr. Thomas Kapila. Mr. Thomas, welcome. Mr. Justin Mulenga, Acting Inspector. Miss Josephine Makeleta, you're welcome. Acting Sergeant. Mr. Nicholas Muir, Chamber Assistant, welcome. And Mr. Kasbat, Acting Sergeant. They are here to witness our proceedings. You're welcome, and they're here for benchmarking. Hey, they are from Zambia, sorry. You know why I'm talking about Ghana? Because they have just passed a law on anti-homosexuality. Zambia, you're most welcome, and thank you so much for coming. And enjoy yourself while in Uganda and Parliament of Uganda. Yes, local government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. With your permission, Right Honorable Speaker, and given the urgency of the matter, may I move the motion that you put the question?
Right Honorable Speaker, no. No. If you are not prepared, please do not. No. We are not going to allow you to do that. If you're not prepared.
Honorable Law.
Yes. Let me be patient.
Honorable Law. You guys. Honorable members, I will not chair a house where there's chaos. I will not, and I am repeating this, I will not. Lob, have you finished your submission?
Right Honorable Speaker, I think
Honorable members, once the minister makes a presentation under Rule 53, the leader of opposition has a right to reply. Which is doing? He's making a reply.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think
don't make me suffocate leader of opposition.
We need to agree on this.
Leader of opposition, I want to request you, and I know you know very well the agents we need these people. What is the amendment that you're making? Are you comfortable with 180 days? If you're not comfortable, let's say, well, let's reduce the number of days and we provide money. That is one. Let's look at.
Right Honorable Speaker, one of the, if you are going to
let's
help,
look at something that is tenable.
if you are going to help this country as legislators, you know, sometimes we want to win at all times, even when there's nobody to defeat. And it really baffles me. So in this case,
nobody wants to win.
And in this case,
we need to help this country.
Who is supposed to lose in this debate? Right Honorable Speaker. So may I invite through you, may I seek your kind indulgence to ask of the Honorable Minister of Local Government to be patient and listen. We can actually listen to each other and disagree honorably about the matters obtaining. For example, I raised the matter of the minister wishing to, through this instrument, He caused an amendment in 11A and made an insertion D. It's initially, there were provision that the extension is only feasible in a state of war, in an emergency, in a declaration that the district has been taken over. And then he added the D. It has become extremely difficult or impossible to conduct elections for administrative units. But Honorable Speaker, this is a new insertion in the regulation. And we are saying it is making provision for overbearing.
I want to refer you to 175(2). A minister may, by statutory instrument and with the approval of cabinet, amend, replace, alter, or revoke any of the schedules provided under this act. And the minister is acting under 175(2).
Right, Honorable Speaker, I agree entirely. And I'm saying if he does it, it might be subjected to the law. If he brings it, he's not bringing it really to us to really throw it down our throats. It is his proposal, and that proposal must be subject to the Constitution.
Can I refer you to Article 202C, 1C? Article 202, it says where it becomes extremely difficult or impossible for the district government to function. The words extremely difficult are got from the Constitution. They are not a creation of anybody.
Honorable Speaker, there's no situation where it's extremely difficult for local government to function and other governments, parts of government are functioning. And that's why it's in the Constitution. The local government issue is very particular, and the provision was put there, and the minister is saying, even in this case, it can happen. And we are saying, you cannot do that because it will be usurpation of the power of the people.
Please summarize.
And the excuse, right, Honorable Speaker, let the minister listen. Let the minister listen. Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are alive. And may we, like you guided, let's give 10 members decide to present their issues. Because this is our law.
Honorable members, the decision is on the speaker. Look, can you finish?
No, right, Honorable Speaker, no. It's because the right Honorable Speaker committed.
Finish. I gave 10 members to speak.
Yes.
So are you done?
I'm finalizing.
Okay.
You see, right Honorable Speaker, and you see, the speaker cannot be challenged. And I want to seek her indulgence to allow this side to debate their statutory instrument so that they do not disorganize the speaker, because they are disorganizing the speaker and not giving her space to guide the house. Will they really, the speaker is not part of cabinet where you sat and brought this. So will you allow the speaker to be the arbiter in this debate so that you make your presentation and stop interfering with the work of the speaker? You are comparing the speaker, you are forcing the speaker to debate because you are mute over what you have brought.
Honorable members,
will do your work.
Honorable members, please sit. Are you done, Law? Thank you so much. Thank you. Honorable members, Loeb has given leadership. And once Loeb talks, Honorable Tony.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, having listened to the minister, deriving his powers from section 175(1) and 2 to cause amendment on the third schedule of the Local Government Act, and also having listened to
clarification on section 11 of the third schedule that gives the minister the powers, and realizing that it is still extremely difficult to run operations in this country because of financial difficulties government faces. And because we have not provided money for the elections of LCs, it gets back to us, Right Honorable Speaker, that we now give government time within the 180 days to look for money so that the elections of the LCs can be held. But in the meantime, Right Honorable Speaker, the local council one are vital in certain operations in this country, for example, court. You cannot get to court to stand surety for anybody without the letter of the LC. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, is it in the interest of this parliament that the people who are facing court of law are not allowed to get bail just because we want to take a lot of time debating and arguing something which is clear? Right Honorable Speaker, basing on that, I want to move a motion that a question be put and we deal with this matter and pass the resolution. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I said I will give 10 people. You are just the second one. Okay, Rod? Lope has talked. You will not speak.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this permission to speak.
Don't bring for me procedures. Okay, Rod?
Right Honorable Speaker, laws are made and the laws are supposed to aid society. We have a situation at hand that I've keenly listened to the leader of opposition, not offering a solution. The question is, does the minister have the power to introduce the amendment? I want to agree that he has the power to introduce the amendment. When we look at the provision 11, which is being referred to, it still has that right given to the minister to have that amendment introduced. Society is governed by laws which are not cast on stone. It is this parliament that has the power to help society in its operations by making laws that are progressive. So I want to appeal to all of us, honorable members, that as we sit and stand up, we don't look at the effect that it is a vacuum that is there, that all of us are mandated to help society. So I want to appeal to all of us that let's go by the extension. As a parliament, we have a duty. We do appropriation. Something eluded us. Money was not provided for this particular activity. Even if you want circumstances that can justify under that amendment that has been introduced, we did not provide the finances to conduct these elections. It is us. So that can extremely be a difficult situation. So I want to appeal to all of us. Let's support the extension. That's my humble submission, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Macho.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've had detailed submission from government through the Minister of Local Government and the law. Right Honorable Speaker, as I talk now, majorly we people on the borders, there is a big crisis. A big crisis because there are many matters that are not moving because we have no legal LOC1 chairpersons on the borders. And Madam Speaker, as I talk now, the people of Busia municipality brought me here to make the laws. And I think that is our mandate as the August House of this country. I therefore want to agree and call upon my colleagues that the extension of 180 days should be supported so that the LOCs should go on and work so that the country is not held at standstill Because the fact of the matter, there are people's rights that are being abused because they need LOC1 letters to get out of prisons. This is a fact. And this is a fact that we are the only person who can cure that. And this is the time. I therefore support the extension as quick as possible so that we can have the rights of people given them because it is their right. Thank you.
Thank you. Atkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I like this kind of sessions because they bring out the capabilities in us. Madam Speaker, leadership is the ability to identify a problem and prescribe a solution before that problem translates into a crisis. Madam Speaker, in sessions such as these, we have as a parliament to focus on two critical and fundamental concepts. Concept number one is effectiveness. And effectiveness in legislation is doing the right thing. Concept number two, in this scale of legislation, will be efficiency. And efficiency in this kind of environment will be doing the right thing right. Madam Speaker, we have a crisis on our hands. Everybody here represents a community. I come from Kasese and we have a security situation. There are young men and young women that are below 18 and they don't have national IDs. And yet security demands that if you can't identify yourself, literally you're supposed to go for questioning before police or the military. And the only administrative unit that can authenticate these individuals in terms of identity are the LOC systems. And yet here we are in a situation where a letter from an LLC does not legally have a binding force. So I think the country is crying out and crying out for leadership. And we have to provide that leadership today. Now, as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, this is about a country and its citizens. That seat that you're holding, your word is the last word. But Madam Speaker, generations will hold us to account. There was a law and a legal framework. Did you follow the law? My proposal is I take my seat. Can we get a win-win situation? Can we get a win-win? This House, Madam Speaker, has the preserve to appropriate if the challenge that we have on our fingers has something to do with the resources. This very House at this moment can direct the Minister for Finance who is in the House that these resources, can I take
the information.
Honorable
giving
Vice Chair for Legal,
Mine is on.
Vice Chair Legal. What information are you giving? When you refuse to allocate money for LOCs, Budget Committee, Legal,
Can I proceed?
Vice Chair Legal.
Right, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, sorry. Madam Speaker, the administrative units are a creature of the Local Government Act. And as rightly cited by different speakers, Section 175, particularly subsection 2, is very clear. The minister has got the powers to amend the schedules. And the colleagues, the schedules are part of the Local Government Act. And that is why Regulation 11 clearly vests the powers deriving from Section 175(2) of the Local Government Act. Now, the question as to whether the minister has powers or not has been settled. What is important now is whether what the leader of opposition was referring to, the amendment, particularly the condition D, who will determine the extreme impossibility or difficulty. The minister will determine, and when it appears before Parliament, we also have a law to determine whether what the minister is proposing is impossible or not. So colleagues, this is not only left to the minister, because when you look at Section 175, subsection 3, the statutory instrument is supposed to be laid before Parliament, and we can amend or revoke. And that is what we are now doing today. Even tomorrow, if there is such an issue, the instrument will be laid before this Parliament, and we shall have a role to play. Therefore, Madam Speaker, my submission is that what the minister has done is right, and from a legal point of view, there is nothing wrong that he has done. And my submission is that we should support the extension. And there's nothing wrong, colleagues. You know what is happening in this country. All of us, we shall be responsible if we don't do this. Can I allow information from my sister?
Honorable Pio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mine is on.
Honorable Pio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, our duty as members of Parliament is to represent our people. And over the weekend, I was at the constituency, and every Monday we have the cattle markets. But we noticed that because of lack of the LC1 letters, it has become very difficult to process movement permits and for the livestock markets to operate. In addition, land transactions are not able to take place. Right Honorable Speaker, I have nothing more useful to add.
Honorable
the minister has provided a solution. I support the extension.
Honorable Yusuf, that is not you. That is not you, the one I know. Please. Are you done?
Right Honorable Speaker, I was saying that at the weekend, our duty is to represent our people. And I raised that the cattle markets are not able to operate effectively because the LC1s are not able to issue letters to support movement permits. As a result of that, they asked me for an answer which I didn't have. Today, the Minister of Local Government has come with an answer. And therefore, I have nothing more useful to add but to support the extension of this term. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Suman.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin with the issue raised by the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we should not be misunderstood. We are all in this together. But let us do it decently with the procedural propriety. I am on record for providing some way forward. I don't want us, Right Honorable Speaker, to to be emotional and even not to take sides. The other day, the Minister for Information was at media center saying government has extended the term of office. He was at the government media center as if on his own, they have that power without input of parliament. You would even ask, why are they now coming to parliament? But I don't want to go there. Right, Honourable Speaker, there are two issues. Number one, as a way forward, Minister Raphael Majezi, my friend, this statutory instrument in itself is not extending the term of office of the current LCs. In itself. There are consequential actions. What are those consequential actions? This statutory instrument is merely giving you authority to extend the term of office over administrative units. It is not extending. Previously, we have had Regulation 11 for local councils. The law was silent on administrative units. So through this regulation, you are trying to get authority to regulate tenure over administrative units. This should be understood because colleagues are debating as if this in itself has already made the extension, that tomorrow you can go to an LC and say, Parliament did this. No. The consequential action is that you must gazette a program specifically highlighting the tenure, not this. Number two, right, Honourable Speaker, and me, I'm providing way forward. So from here, there must be a program which must be gazetted, because precisely that's what the law says. Number two, right, Honourable Speaker, the fear.
Honorable Asuman, I want to refer you to the Uganda Gazette. And I want to just furnish you with it because it must be gazetted. And the Gazette is here.
Right, Speaker, I am not talking about gazetting the instrument because the instrument has been gazetted. That's what has been gazetted is the authority to extend the tenure. I know the minister understands me because he has been in local government. The minister understands me. And I am not talking about that. The consequential actions must follow this authority. That is one. Number two, right, Honourable Speaker, I want to beg and seek indulgence of this House that clause D.
Honorable members, the plan that after approval of this, that he has to gazette is very correct.
But this is what I'm talking
about.
Very
correct. And you must do it. It's something that you must do.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member is very correct. And I'm mindful of my obligation. Just give me the law and I'll proceed with the instruments. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable Suman always comes up with way forward. No,
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the minister for appreciating my point in good faith. Number two, right, Honourable Speaker, the idea of extreme difficulty or impossibility being brought in this piece of instrument is something I want to beseech my colleagues to drop. It is going to create ambiguous
what
authority.
amendment are you bringing to that?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to propose that we maintain the wording of clause of Regulation 11 as it is, because Regulation 11 makes three.
No. We don't have a state of emergency. We don't have a state. We are not in war.
Then, right, Honourable Speaker, then what we could do, let him say in this amendment that when it has financially become difficult to organize elections, let us be specific. Otherwise, making it this broad is susceptible to abuse. And that's where my problem is. Let him be very clear on the reason here. Otherwise, making this very broad will cause us a lot of problems. And the risk, right, Honourable Speaker, the risk is that the minister will be coming and extending tenure willy-nilly without an objective consideration. I beg to submit.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I therefore move to amend.
Right Honorable Speaker.
First hear from the minister,
Right Honorable Speaker.
because the minister has not got this from nowhere. It is from the constitution.
Absolutely.
Now,
Right Honorable
those
Speaker.
are wordings of the
I
constitution.
sat and listened to colleague Honorable Asuman, but now I'm speaking and he's running. I don't understand. Okay, let's understand each other. Do you want to make a law where you are saying only when there is financial difficulty, and then the next day there is another difficulty, and next day, why don't we give the law as it is? Because no, there may be other difficulties, colleagues. For me,
You've made your submission.
we're saying
And the minister is saying he has just borrowed this wording
from the Constitution.
from the constitution. It is on Article 202C of the constitution.
Right on, Speaker, again to provide a leeway. Minister, the reason why Parliament, the purpose of subsidiary legislation, I am now giving the broader purpose of subsidiary legislation, is to give flexibility to ministers and government officers to make a law. That is the purpose. It is actually possible to have as many statutory instruments as there can be. There is no problem. It is actually safer to be very specific on the purpose of extension than making this broad. In right on, Speaker, this broadness.
How specific do you want him to be?
I have provided.
No, I'm
Because what is
saying,
very clear, right on, Speaker, is that we don't
Okay.
have money at the moment to hold elections.
who says we don't have money?
But that is the point being
It's
given.
because you did not appropriate money for it.
Okay, so right on, Speaker, let me say this. Let me say this.
Honorable members, it is not true. It is not true that we don't have money. It is not true that we don't have the money, but it is also true that we did not appropriate for that.
Then, right on, Speaker, the reason, right on, Speaker, I am insisting on this point.
Overgrabbing in the microphone. Honorable members.
Finally.
Honorable members, the issue of contention is we amend the wording of section of part D. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. No amendment. The nays have it. Honorable members. I want to thank Honorable Suman so much for much as you've gazetted the instrument, you need to gazette your work plan. The work plan must be gazetted. I now put a question that the statutory instrument number 63 of 23, the local government amendment of third schedule, instrument 2023 be approved by this house. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Yes.
Madam
item.
Procedure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I wanted to raise information, you indicated that we members of the budget committee did not provide money. Madam Speaker, Article 93 is categorical and clear that we cannot increase the ceiling. It is a restriction on financial matters.
Honorable members, I'm not discussing about finances now. You are not the one who originates the budget framework paper. If it was not included in the budget framework paper, the ministerial statement, would you import it? No, it starts from the beginning. And I want to ask government, honorable members, I want government to ensure that we have elections. Let's have elections.
Madam Speaker.
And Honorable Minister of Local Government, can you give us a specific work plan that makes sure that we have elections even before the 6 months? Really?
Madam Speaker, before the minister comes, I beg for your indulgence.
Wait, you will speak. I want a commitment from government.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This is an obligation, a statutory obligation. Now that the instrument has been approved, it is my task and my obligation and duty under 1752 to provide the necessary guidance to the country on how the LOCs are going to proceed. We shall do that by next week. We'll have something, the guideline laid on table, and it will have been gazetted. Yes. It will be a program with clear guidelines. Gazetted and laid on table next week. Thank you.
The next item.
Item 4.2, laying of papers, Treasury memorandum on the report
Madam
of
Speaker,
the Public Accounts Committee.
For record, it is important, Madam Speaker, that our people on the ground understand that it was not this parliament that did not budget, provide money for LOC elections. Because, and the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, needs to come on record and inform the country that during the budget presentation, you did not provide for the necessary source. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, we will have a problem on the ground. I beg for your indulgence.
Honorable members, as Parliament, we approve what is given to us. We don't go on a fishing expedition. We only approve what is brought to the House. So finance should provide money. Finance should provide money for the election of a LOC 1s and 2s. Yes, Betty.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what had gone on record and what had been told to the public is that we did not have money for LOC 1 elections. But now that we have heard that the money is available, and I'm quoting my speaker, and she's the only person who can guide me here, not you. Madam Speaker, the guidance I'm seeking is, a while ago, Madam Speaker, you properly told us that the fact was that the money was not allocated, but the fact is that we have the money as a country. We are not bankrupt. And Madam Speaker, for record, this parliament changed the LOC 1 election system to make it cheaper. And an amendment was made by this parliament to make the LOC 1 elections cheaper by lining in the backs of the people standing for office. Now that, Madam Speaker, we know that the money will be available, would it be procedural okay for the minister to tell us when he will be bringing the supplementary here so that we can approve funds very fast and then appoint the date for the elections? Madam Speaker, I beg to be guided. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members. Why should we start speaking about supplementary? We even have 3%, which can cover the elections. Why are we encouraging these people to bring supplementary? Huh? Next item.
Item 4.2, laying of papers, Treasury memorandum on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-2021.
Honorable members, pursuant to Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development is ready with the Treasury memoranda. Please, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table Treasury memoranda on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General for financial year 2020-2021. I beg to lay.
Thank you, honorable members, in furtherance to Section 13(1)(f) of the National Audit Act 2008, I urge the clerk to forward the Treasury memoranda to the Auditor General.
Item 4.3, Treasury memorandum on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commissions, Statutory Authorities, and State Enterprises for the financial year 2020-2021.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table
Honorable Attorney General, we have a contentious issue on the road fund. Local government, we want you back. We cannot allow you people to start sneaking out after you have finished what yours. We have an issue on the road fund, you're not going to start running out. Now, for us who are here, you mean we don't have where to go? Okay. Honorable members, yes, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table Treasury memoranda on the report of the Public Accounts Committee on Commissions, Statutory Authorities, and State Enterprises for the financial year 2020-2021. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Should be transmitted to Auditor General for scrutiny.
Item 4.4, Treasury memorandum on the reports of the Public Accounts Committee, Local Government for the financial year 2020-2021.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table the Treasury memoranda on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Local Governments for financial year 2020-2021. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Should be transmitted to Auditor General for scrutiny. Next item.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure on the guidelines for implementation works under the Rehabilitation Development Grant for District Urban Community Access Roads in Uganda.
Honorable members, on Wednesday, 19th July 2023, the Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable General Katumba Wamala, tabled the guidelines for implementation of works under the rehabilitation. And I want you to bold rehabilitation development grant for the district. Urban and community access roads in Uganda. I duly referred this to a Committee of Fiscal Infrastructure. I also remember this House passed a resolution for disbursement of 1 billion shillings per district local government for maintenance of the roads. Maintenance of the roads under the urban and community access roads in several districts, municipalities, and cities. how the wording came in and it changed to rehabilitation is one of the things that we need to settle in this house. And this money was supposed to go direct the local government, not through Ministry of Works. I invite the chair of the committee to present the report. Honorable Government Chief Whip, can we have some silence from your side? Because now what we are discussing concerns our coming back or not coming back in the constituencies.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 177 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedures, I wish to lay the reports and the minutes of the Fiscal Infrastructure Committee of Parliament that scrutinized the guidelines of the Works and Transport Rehabilitation Development Grant Implementation Guidelines for financial year 2023-24.
Please,
I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, during the financial year 2023-24, Government of Uganda allocated 1 billion Uganda shillings for each of the 135 districts, 10 cities, and 31 municipalities, with the intention of ensuring improved overall condition of the district, urban, and community access road network with a view of enhancing rural accessibility and working environment in urban areas. To this effect, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Transport issued guidelines termed Works and Transport Rehabilitation Grant Implementation Guidelines for the financial year 2023-24 to guide the local governments in the utilization of the Uganda shillings 1 billion. These guidelines, Right Honorable Speaker, were laid before Parliament on the 19th of July, 2023 by the Minister of Works and Transport. The Right Honorable Speaker then referred the guidelines to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure for scrutiny. Pursuant to Rule 189 of the Rules of Procedures of Parliament of Uganda, the Committee on Physical Infrastructure is mandated, among others, to examine and comment on policy matters affecting the ministries covered by them. The committee has scrutinized the guidelines and now reports.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are debating something that is very sensitive, but none of the three ministers from the docket responsible is around. Could you, through your office, maybe ask the Chief Whip to whip one of his ministers to be around, Right Honorable Speaker?
We have the Minister of Finance, who is supposed to disburse the money. We also have local government, who is the recipient of the money. And the government is here putting on UPC, NOB, NRM, Ugandan flag.
Right Honorable Speaker.
No, we are okay. The ministers we have can sort out.
The committee, in scrutinizing these guidelines, interacted with the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The committee also reviewed the guidelines issued by the Ministry of Works and Transport. The committee also reviewed the relevant answers of the debate relating to the appropriation of this money on the 20th April 2023 and 18th May 2023. Committee observations and recommendations. Consultations on guidelines. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that there were inadequate consultations with the beneficiary agencies and stakeholders over the grant utilization guidelines. While the committee expected the Ministry of Works and Transport to consult widely with agencies and stakeholders on the operations of the guidelines, with a view of integrating their views prior to dissemination of the same, this was not the case. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development reported that at the time of appearing before the committee, he was yet to receive an update from the Ministry of Works on the development of the guidelines. Failure to meet with the stakeholders and beneficiary agencies to obtain feedback on the guidelines shall affect the effectiveness of implementation and lead to non-adherence to the grant implementation guidelines. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that in the future, the Ministry of Works and Transport should undertake wide consultations before issuing guidelines. Right Honorable Speaker, the scope of works in the guidelines. The committee observed that the guidelines provide for the grant to be utilized strictly for rehabilitation works. While appearing before the committee, the Minister of Finance indicated that Cabinet directed an additional 1 billion shillings be given to each local government for road rehabilitation and maintenance. In addition, the subsequent communication between Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ministry of Works and Transport, and Uganda Road Fund, as well as the recommendations by the committee at the time of appropriation, specified the funds to cater for both rehabilitation and maintenance interventions. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the scope of works as defined in the guidelines includes interventions such as opening of new priority roads, heavy grading, shaping of side drains, miter drains, and offshoots, procurement of culverts for national use and emergencies, graveling or re-graveling, and ancillary works. According to the Ministry of Works and Transport, all the above works would be classified as rehabilitation interventions, thereby excluding any maintenance activities. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee further observed that during consideration of the budget for the financial year 2023-24, on the 20th April 2023, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker directed the Committee on Budget, I quote, to look for Uganda shillings 1 billion wherever it is and bring it under the Uganda Road Fund. Pick it from the local government and put it under the road fund. That is how it has been managed properly, end of quote. The committee notes that the Uganda shillings 1 billion is indicated as a works and transport rehabilitation grant under the individual local governments. Being a rehabilitation grant, during Q1, 250 million shillings was released to be used for rehabilitation only. Although Parliament had approved it for both rehabilitation and maintenance purposes to the road fund, it should be noted that the Road Fund Act provides for the road fund to be utilized only for road maintenance interventions, excluding rehabilitation purposes. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends the following: that Ministry of Works and Transport should review the guidelines with a view of expanding the scope of the works to include both rehabilitation and maintenance interventions. 2, that given the funds for Q1 have been dispatched directly to the local governments, the beneficiary agencies be permitted to utilize these funds for both rehabilitation and maintenance purposes as per their work plan. Number 3, the Road Fund Act be amended to provide for both rehabilitation and maintenance works, so that in the subsequent financial years, the road fund administers the grant in its entirety. Right Honorable Speaker, implementation of the guidelines. The Ministry of Works and Transport informed the committee that only 89 beneficiary agencies had so far submitted their work plans. 82 beneficiaries had complied with the guidelines, while 27 beneficiaries had submitted work plans, but never complied with the guidelines. 89 beneficiaries had received feedback, and 87 had failed to submit their work plans. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that despite the failure to adhere to the guidelines, all the beneficiary agencies had received funding totaling 250 million Uganda shillings for implementation of the grant. The committee also noted that in the past, most districts would receive between 150 to 250 million annually for maintenance of roads, and with this money, they would do significant work. Surprisingly, Right Honorable Speaker, with the current arrangement under the Ministry of Works and Transport, districts that have submitted plans have above 50 kilometers have had their plans rejected. And the reason behind this rejection is that Ministry of Works argues that 1 billion shillings is so little to rehabilitate anything above 50 kilometers. Right Honorable Speaker, going by this standard, a district will only rehabilitate only one road annually. Right Honorable Speaker, this shows that the Ministry of Works and Transport is out of touch with the reality on the grounds in the districts. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the District Roads Committee should come up with work plans, approve them, and only notify the Ministry of Works and Transport. Right Honorable Speaker, this will deal with the bureaucratic red tape that would result in the delay of implementation of the projects, resulting in the funds being returned to the Treasury at the expiry of the financial year, hence defeating the objective. Right Honorable Speaker, this proposal would give flexibility of innovation and creativity to district road committees to work on more kilometers in their respective districts, because they are more aware of the acute and peculiar needs. Right Honorable Speaker, each district should commence work on the approved projects as soon as the District Roads Committee has approved. Operational expense. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the guidelines provide for funds for the road works of 850 million shillings, while operational expenses of 150 million, that is 15% of the grant amount. And then the expenses are broken down as follows. Administration, 30 million shillings, that's 3%. Annual district road inventory and condition surveys, 20 million, which is 2%. And repair and maintenance of equipment, Uganda shillings, 100 million, which is 10%. Ordinarily, Right Honorable Speaker, the beneficiary agencies are expected to undertake the works provided under these operational expenses, and therefore these funds are part of their budgets. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, permitting the utilization of these funds would tantamount to double expenditure for the same. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the operational expenses provided under the guidelines should be reviewed to not more than 5% of the grant amount, that is 50 million, and used for repair and maintenance purposes. The rest of the proposed operational costs should be utilized for implementing the road works. Roles of district road committees. Right Honorable Speaker, although the guidelines mention the role of district road committees as to prioritize, consider and approve work plans, as well as provide oversight role in ensuring that road works are executed as per the required quality and standards specified in the designs, the committee observes that there is a lack of clarity in the guidelines on the role of the district road committees in the entire implementation process of the fund. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that if the status quo remains as it is, the role of the district road committee should be clearly spelled out right from planning, approvals, and the entire implementation process. Right Honorable Speaker, The members of parliament should be part and parcel of the process of rehabilitation and maintenance in their respective entities to ensure that the grant is properly utilized. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Uganda shillings 1 billion meant for 135 districts, 10 cities and 31 municipalities should be used for both rehabilitation and maintenance of the Tuka network. This should be determined by the District Roads Committee under the Uganda Road Fund, having considered the peculiar needs of the individual districts. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable members, I want to thank the chair for elaborate report. You want to debate on this? Who is the shadow works? You're part of the report. Okay. Yes, Ekanya. I only want members who are not part of the committee. Ekanya. Honorable Ekanya.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and the Minister of Works, and especially by directing the chairperson to analyze the guideline. Madam Speaker, I want to seek the indulgence of this House to make special consideration for Tororo district, because it is 1 billion shilling, Madam Speaker, for every district in Uganda. But Tororo district, as you speak now, is like 4 districts in one. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the 1 billion shillings, my constituency, Toro County North and Toro County South, because of the political fight we have in that district, our roads are in their very terrible condition. And even because the roads are in their terrible conditions, we need, Madam Speaker, this House to direct Minister of Works to make special consideration for Tororo to get 2 billion information through Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So Tororo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first of all want to thank the House, and also thank government for the consideration they made to give us the 1 billion shilling. But Madam Speaker, this comes also with a contestation with the road fund having been adjusted. Madam Speaker, as we debate this, we must also resolve on that issue that the road fund that was reduced must be taken back. Now, as I come back
Honorable, as you debate on that, the other reports that we referred to the Committee on Road Fund, there is a report on Road Fund.
Thank you very much.
Covers what you're talking about.
Thank you very much.
The issue at hand now is on the management of 1 billion shillings.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in reference to what Honorable Kanya said, and we always raise this in good faith. Tororo, you are aware we've been having a contestation for a very long time. I am happy Honorable Kanya, who almost killed himself here in the 9th Parliament, this time has come back. And he has come back when the President has made a pronouncement that the district now, the London report has been released. Madam Speaker, the district is so large. We are the only district here as we speak in the country with 8 members of parliament. We are the only district here. Listen, We are the only district here, Madam Speaker, with 48 administrative units as we talk. A very large district. So, Madam Speaker, as we appreciate the 1 billion, we would, how I wish if government.
That will be handled under the road fund.
Yes, how I
which is
wish
before the
if government
committee.
can consider adding us something little, but I'm also happy the committee as a result of that the district roads committee will conclude on this. Because even in our district, the executive members, and I want to say this, maybe it happened even in your districts, the executive members in our district sat and appropriated this money. For my constituency, that is Tororo South, I received 250 million that was allocated. But this money was put on a road of 3 kilometers. 3, just as small as that. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee. The district roads reports
Who put the money on the road of 3 kilometers?
The executive, the district executive, not the roads committee. So that this, I am not part of the district
Honorable member, that's why we are saying we need this money in the road fund, roads committee, where you're a member. The problem with the members of parliament, you don't attend a roads committee meetings. You've left the work to the district. So don't bring your inefficiencies to the house. You need to do your work, your oversight role.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Why I said that, we found this work plan on the table, and they were also insisting that we should follow that. And that is why now the District Roads Committee will take lead and be able to guide in this. And finally, Madam Speaker, we need this issue of Tororo concluded, the district be divided such that we can take services nearer to the people. I thank you very much.
I am happy Honorable Magesi is here and is listening. Solomon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for the wonderful work that they have done. And I pick my interest on the issue of the machinery, the maintenance of the machinery. Right Honorable Speaker, some of us have in our districts, the machinery there is a bit old and it needs some maintenance. So I would propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that there is a bit of flexibility between 5% to 10% of that 1 billion can be allowed for machinery maintenance. I propose, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
We are not going to start determining how much is going to be used for what. That is operational for the district. Assuming the machinery is not in bad condition, that is the way people will start eating money. They will say, after all, it was approved. This is what should be used for this. Let's not go into that. Let's look at where is this money going to be. Is it going to be under the road fund in the district?
Right.
Or is going to be under Minister of Works?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the committee report that money should be under road fund, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Members, you will speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report presented in regard to the utilization of the 1 billion shillings and the proposal that the money goes to rehabilitation, but also maintenance. Also, concerned to that, I want to admit that in our districts, especially mountainous areas, they have a very unique challenge, and that unique challenge is about the terrain, where you do the maintenance or that kind of thing, but by the time you put maram, the following day or the following week, the rains wash it all away. And so that's why I absolutely submit and agree with the committee that that money goes back to be under the direct overseership of the District Works Committee, because they have been managing meager resources and they have been working out something. So with a little bit of that increment, they should be more efficient to look at all these resources in a better way. And I believe that will work better. I submit with thanks.
Honorable members, our interest is on the bigger coverage of the works being done. Not so. And when we say that the committee, that we should do both maintenance and rehabilitation, that's when you reduce the coverage. Let it be maintenance. Maintenance. Okay?
Madam Speaker.
Tony Pius. Tony Pius. Shamim.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson and the committee, but allow me in a special way to thank you, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker and the President, that one of the biggest challenges of members of parliament has been issues of road. The biggest question you would get when roads are not okay. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry simply wanted to hijack this process and create more problem. But if you were to monitor, most of the district roads were much more motorable than the central government roads in most districts because they were able to act on time and promptly. So I am in support of the committee position that the guidelines should be amended to allow the district roads committee to prevail in guiding the district roads fund, district roads committee to guide the utilization and implementation of the 1 billion shillings, in addition to funds.
Honorable members, I want you to, there is a difference between the district road fund committee, and then that's where your chairs. The chair of that committee is you. Then the district works committee of the council, council executive. Those are two different, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, from my experience, we have already approved the work plan for this financial year, including the 1 billion shillings and the one coming from. So the district council through the roads committee with the district engineer, they sit and then submit to us, and then we go through and approve the utilization. This is how we do it, Right Honorable Speaker. But Right Honorable Speaker, the amendment of the Road Fund Act, the committee on physical infrastructure to fast track it so that there is no contradiction, and this will make implementation more clear and easy. Otherwise, the Minister of Works, as the law it is, they will always have their say, and this will bring confusion, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the roads are in the district or districts. We cannot say you simply do maintenance alone, because at a certain point, as members of the District Roads Committee, you will be faced with a need to rehabilitate some section of the road. And then you will need to put some money on that. But we would want to do more priority in maintaining the roads that are existing. But where there is need, an emergency, where you need to do rehabilitation, then we put some money there, Right Honorable Speaker. So the District Roads Committee should be able to make judgment, to listen to the demand of the people, and then they take a position so that we don't tie our hands that simply rehabilitation or maintenance only. Let's have both, but then the committee will have to decide depending on the situation on the ground. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
First of all, why I was changing the name of rehabilitation, according to the guidelines that were given by Works. The Works is specific that fund is only for rehabilitation.
Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament strongly agree that we change the position of the works position. Once they talk about rehabilitation, those are major works. They don't do rehabilitation as it is in the Act of Road Fund Act. So for here as parliament, we are agreeing, yes, we are not going as per the Minister of Works position and guidelines, but under the District Roads Committee, the district should be able to decide and see which road needs to be rehabilitated and which one needs to be maintained, but not as per, yes, information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Tony, for giving. Right Honorable Speaker, your concern is very valid and has been taken care of, because in the interaction of the committee with the Minister of Finance and Works, the Minister of Works admitted that considering rehabilitation will be suffocating the districts. So upon the recommendation of this parliament, the guidelines will be reviewed and then to constitute our interest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We are not giving works to amend their guidelines because we are not giving them this money. Okay? This money, we are making a decision, and maybe I need to guide the House. That's enough debate. We all know what we want.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, after listening to all what you've said, Pius was supposed to speak.
Madam Speaker, one little thing. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee. Actually, they have answered my prayers because it is me who raised this matter. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest challenge is the district engineers. I happen to be the chairperson of Hoima District Roads Committee, but I think most district engineers are in acting capacity. Specifically, they are appointed on acting capacity so that they can be kept on their jobs by giving bribes to politicians in the districts. So my issue is that they should be appointed permanently on their jobs if they are to perform their duties very well. Because this man has been misused. For example, in my district of recent, in some area, some people demonstrated because of a poor road. I had to come in and got the district grader. I only used the fuel of 1 million just to grade 4 kilometers, but a district can use 40 million just to grade 5 kilometers. So I think we need to monitor this money seriously if we are to maintain our positions in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, right.
Thank you, Pius. As Pius has said, the problem is also on us. We don't monitor. We don't put time into this. You have a position? Just a minute.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think we better put perspective about the origin of the 1 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, this is purely a nice job that was done in the committees of Parliament. When the road fund appeared in the Committee of Finance, there was a noticeable deficiency in the district. The money was too little to make an impact. They made an appeal to the committee to find ways of raising the requisite amount of money to fund road maintenance in the district and the rehabilitation. Most MPs, we realized, were using their own small money to go and grade and maintain roads. The attritional rate on why most MPs are not being returned is because of the poor status of roads. District local leaders were being beaten and chased away from communities because of poor status of roads. So in our view, we said, let us find 1 billion. And that 1 billion will go to districts so that the district have, mark you, each district today has got a complete road unit. Some, let me qualify it. Some districts have a complete road unit for which the money provided under the normal budgeting could not even fuel the grader, the excavator, the truck to maintain roads. So this money specific, I don't know where the Minister of Works wants to come in. This money was to go to the district supervised by the road fund. Very, very supervised by the road. Get me right. And the MPs, most of us chair, I've been a district chair of my roads committee. The MPs who sit and chair the roads committee will determine, together with the resolutions of council and other organs of the council, on how this money is utilized. under the supervision of the road fund. Now, the Ministry of Works should completely get out of this business. Should get out of this business, and for once, because they had a duty over the years to maintain roads, they failed. Now that we have brought this money, our view is, one, supervised, let's be specific, supervised by the National Road Fund and the auspices of the Roads Committee of Districts. They should determine the use of this money so that for once and for all, we sort out the question of road maintenance in our districts. I beg, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I've given Shamim. Then court.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I sit on Kampala City Roads Committee, and on Tuesday we held a meeting, and most of the concerns that we are raised, first was the issue of a report on the funds that have so far been released, because we have reports from the people of Kampala that the funds that we are released were not actually used in maintaining and rehabilitating the roads. So one of the resolutions that we came up with that we also ask that this parliament should consider and put into place is that the funds must directly be managed by the district road fund committees and with the road fund. I so submit.
Thank you, Okot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to support the report from the committee. And I want to thank them so much to follow the guidance from this house. Madam Speaker, you are well aware that when the late speaker, you were still working with him, he was the one who came with this idea of 1 billion shilling given to the district. And then when they came with this idea, the idea was supported. And then thank you so much for carrying this thing forward. Madam Speaker, every district has a unique topography of the area. And the survey was done. And all the money that was being sent, on average, they say that if 1 billion can be put for the road works at the district, it will work and it will help us to solve the problems of the road access in every part of the district. Therefore, for us to give it out to the Minister of Works, maybe the Wanderer and whatever, to manage this road, to manage this fund, and to give the guidelines so that the guidelines is going to be, it is not going to be used well. For me, I support the position of the committee. All the regional workstations for the machineries, there are budgets that they put to maintenance and the repair of the machines, of the road funds, and all these things are there. We also voted money for it. Let us ring-fence this money so that we do the roads work at the district, not to give away the power to the ministry, because we are going to be there so that we shall monitor, supervise, and make sure that this money is utilized in a appropriate manner. I support the report, and I thank you so much for standing for vision. This vision is met. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Sanon Kamuntu. Sanon Kamuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in my district, I am the chair of the road committee. Last financial year, we received 220 million. We were able to maintain 6 roads. Now,
how many kilometers?
The kilometers were over 52. You listen, this is my district, not yours. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the allocation of 1 billion to Kaliro district, we are going to cover over 110 kilometers under maintenance. I'm telling you the truth. For us, our topography is okay. The soil texture is very fine. And the scientists, those who are here, you can go and test our soil. Now, Right Honorable Speaker,
giving the ministry powers again to dictate for the usage of this money, it's a mistake on its own. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, 1 billion, according to the quotations of the minister, it will work for more or less 15 kilometers. And this one, it is going to kill the intention of this money. So I want to commend the committee, and I associate myself with all the observations and the recommendations. This money should be managed by the district road fund committees, road committee, and the minister should not only be notified that this is what we are going to work on, such that the coverage is very wide. The Minister of Works.
No, we don't have to notify them.
They can even refuse even to notify them.
Come on.
Thank you very much.
The minister to be notified is local government. Come on to.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are grateful for 1 billion, but Rwanda district where you come from, we have a unique challenge. First of all, we almost have no roads to maintain. And being a new district, we have no road units. And given our challenge, because every 2 kilometers we encounter a serious bridge. And I think 1 billion cannot construct more than 2 bridges. In Rwanda, we still have a serious challenge. So 1 billion is not enough for Rwanda because we are going to use it to hire machinery. We are going to use it to hire machinery for I wanted that to. Well, 1 billion is not enough for Rwanda district, given that we are a new district and we have no road unit, and given the challenge of the terrain. In the future, Madam Speaker, Rwanda district should be considered as a unique district. Thank you.
Procedure.
There is a motion.
Yes, motion.
The motion.
Right, Honorable.
Honorable members,
Motion.
I want you to read your rules. Once there's a motion, let's first have the motion.
Motion.
Yes. Isingiro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Given your guidance from the beginning of this debate, that this one is a do or die, as far as your tenure is concerned, at least for next parliament. Given the report that has been very thoroughly put and clearly elaborated upon all the issues concerning our concerns, I wish to move a motion that the House adopts this report.
That I put a question.
Without any amendments. And that the question be put. I beg to move.
With
amendments, with amendments relevant as contributed by members of
Anthony,
the Speaker. I want to thank you.
Honorable Ibanda, Mukono Isingiro, Singiro, Queen Dancer. Seconded by the whole House, including Ogusuli. Yes. Honorable members, just a minute. Honorable members, having had the debate and following our earlier decision that was made on 20th April 2023 and May 18th, 2023 on the subject matter of 1 billion shillings additional fund to 135 districts, 10 cities, and 31 municipalities for road maintenance, but not rehabilitation. By resolution of Parliament, of this Parliament, I wish to guide us as follows and direct. I am guiding and directing that the name of the grant be changed from road rehabilitation to road maintenance. Attorney General, we agreed if there is any minor rehabilitation to be done, it shall be done, but let the fund be maintenance grant. 2, the grant be managed under Uganda Road Fund Act 2008 and all the regulations thereunder. 3, for avoidance of doubt, the Uganda shillings 1 billion in addition to the prior budgetary allocation for road maintenance to the districts, cities, and municipalities. As such, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development should ensure full disbursement to the beneficiary administrative units. 4, districts, cities, and municipalities are duly bound to ensure prudent and accountable utilization of the disbursed funds in line with approved guidelines under Uganda Road Fund Act 2008. 5, all districts, cities, and municipalities are hereby directed to immediately hold statutory meetings as provided for under the Uganda Road Fund Act 2008 in order to prioritize and devise the work plans for the 1 billion shillings. 6, the work plans for each district, cities, and municipalities must be duly approved by the respective road committees. A road fund committee, this shall equally apply to the accountability reports. 7, for emphasis, honorable members, I implore you to fully participate in all the activities of the road committees, and this shall be chaired by a member of parliament. 8, districts, cities, municipalities accordingly. I want you to listen. Ashaba, districts, cities, and municipalities are accordingly directed to comply with the resolution of this House today, and failure to do so will attract sanctions under the laws of Uganda. 9, the clerk is hereby directed to extract and circulate these resolutions to the Minister of Works and Transport, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Minister of Local Government, Uganda Road Fund Committee, Uganda Road Fund, and all the districts, all the cities, all the municipalities, and all members of parliament. I hear direct. Next item. Honorable members, I now put a question that the report on Committee of Fiscal Infrastructure on the guidelines on implementation of works under rehabilitation development grant for districts, urban and community access roads in Uganda, as amended with the instructions and directives, be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it. Yes, yes, a procedural matter. There's a procedural matter from law, from you, but I take law first.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for your guidance on the matter outgoing.
When you finish, I will need a commitment from finance to be on record. Honorable Musasisi, I want a commitment from you that the money is going to leave the single treasury account and go direct to districts, not via works.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first will all continue to be sent direct to the district, not through any other channel. Madam Speaker, my brother from Rwanda said something which I would like to clarify. Rwanda district has a road unit. What we don't have is the big tractor. This one, the wheel, it is called wheel loader. It is called the dozer, I am being advised. Yes, but the rest of, like any other, apart from the districts where Kasanda belongs, Rwanda at least benefited in 2016. So we have a fully fledged road unit, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance comes from Rwanda. He uses the road that comes from Kabale to Kisoro. He has made a serious commitment here that will send money to the districts to handle roads. Is it procedure correct to have the road from Kabale to Rwanda in a very dangerous situation that any time we can have a serious accident and the minister does not provide resource? And yet this is the road which connects Kabale to Kisoro and part of the Great Lakes to Anki Road. Is it procedure for the minister not to provide money for a serious road, national road in his own district?
Honorable members, you see, the problem we have, once the minister provides for Kabale Road, you'll again complain, why not Tororo? The minister, for him, he looks at national character. He has provided for Eastern Road, so that one will come in the next financial year.
Madam Speaker.
Let's not go into a discussion of roads.
Yes.
For us, we wanted your commitment on disbursement of funds.
See, something, Madam Speaker,
And don't endanger my minister in the name of that he has not provided money. No.
Madam Speaker, since a matter has come concerning my name and also my district, I want to clarify as follows. Recently, we got a terrible landslide that hit the entire Chigezi sub-region, and it left the Kavalech Soro Road broken into two, particularly Hamugwa. Hamugwa is in Rwanda East constituency, where I come from, and is actually the road which links me to my home village. Madam Speaker,
There's an
we
order.
have been.
There's an order.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you have made a ruling on that matter. The matter was raised by Honorable Ikanya. Ikanya, the Speaker has provided guidance, in fact, praised you how you are national in approach. Right, Honorable Speaker, is the member in order to continue providing an explanation of a matter where you have ruled and guided and even praised him of being a person of national character? Is in order.
Honorable members, I wasted my praise. No, Lob was on. Lob, can you first allow your two members?
Madam Speaker, I thank you for keeping this promise of the 1 billion alive. But I want to bring to your attention the issue to do with municipalities as a procedure matter. As much as 1 billion shillings is going to be sent to the district, the same amount of money will be sent to municipalities. However, Madam Speaker, the Lord's Committee is mandated to do work in the whole district, including the municipalities, which receive monies on their own, from their own account directly from the center. Madam Speaker, on this particular fund of load maintenance and the demand you have put that we should really monitor and account for this money, we find that sitting at the districts,
Procedure.
the biggest part of the membership at the district,
She's on procedure.
the biggest part of the membership at the district committee are from the rural parts of the district. Like in Mukono, yes, I have the woman MP, but still I sit on that committee alone. The people at the district committee, at the district council, don't appreciate the issues in the municipalities. Madam Speaker, on this particular fund, wouldn't it be procedurally right for municipalities to be accorded an opportunity to discuss and use this money and monitor it from the municipal level, instead of allowing that?
Honorable Betty, the money that has been given out is given to districts, to cities, to municipalities. Unless you're not here when we had the opening remark. So the money, yeah, municipalities are covered. Yes, yes. The road is. Then why don't you put a committee at municipality level? What stops you from doing it?
Madam Speaker, that is the procedure matter and the guidance I was
Now operational. It is operational. Can I hear from local government?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the 1 billion will be given to each of the 135 districts, to each of the 10 cities, and to each of the 31 municipalities. However, within the district, a municipality is a lower local government in the district. Now, for harmony, and to make sure that when the district road is being rehabilitated or maintained, it is done together with the municipality. So to have, synergies, they don't take the money of the municipality, but they plan together. Just like in Kampala, we have the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area. But Mukono, Wakiso, Mpigi, they remain autonomous. But when you're planning a road from Kampala to Boyogere to Mukono, it's good to have that synergy. Thank you.
Iganga municipality.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Maybe to give information to my good minister, there is good coexistence between the districts and the municipalities. For that case, when they give us the billion for the municipalities, we normally sit with the districts and we plan accordingly. Those of the district bring out their plans and those of the municipalities, and we have been moving on so well. Then, Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to thank you for the good work you've done. And from my observation now, the president is away in Russia, the vice president is Tanzania, so now you're acting as number one in Uganda.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I gave very, very clear directives. How I wish you don't water down with your the commitment has been given. He wants to give me information on commitment has been. I have ordered. I have ordered. I don't want any procedural matter on that issue. I have ordered.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. And I will not in any way veer into that territory. I am in possession of the budget execution circular for the financial 2023-2024, and I'm glad the Minister of Finance is in the House. Right Honourable Speaker, so that the Minister of Finance can guide the House and the country on the provisions of this budget execution circular. In particular, there is a plethora of policy directives in this circular, Right Honourable Speaker, but my concern is on 3 directives to which, with the indulgence, the Minister of Finance should offer clarification so that members of Parliament are able to follow and guide their peoples and leaders in the community. Namely, Directive 11, advertising by ministries, agencies, and local governments. The President, in his letter reference given, the President directed that in the financial 2023-24, all government advertising must be through the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, UBC. An accounting officer who deviates from this will be sanctioned, including dismissal. Print media advertising should be done through the new vision. I therefore urge all accounting officers strictly adhere to this directive. Right Honourable Speaker, through your indulgence, I would like to invite the Minister of Finance to clarify on the legality.
Honorable, before the order comes in, Honorable Lope, that is one of the petitions that I refer to the Committee of ICT today, as we are waiting for a response from the committee.
I concede on that and wait for the report. 2, Directive 66. Construction of public infrastructure. You are reminded to follow the following guidance as issued by the President while undertaking infrastructure projects under health and education sub-programs. Projects financed 100% by the government of Uganda should be undertaken by the National Enterprise Corporation and Uganda People's Defense Forces Ingeniani Brigade, with the exception of universities and primary schools. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to invite the Minister, with your indulgence, to clarify on the legality of that directive, bearing in mind the fact that the same government is touting private sector-led growth. Why is the legality, the constitutionality of that directive? Aware that wherever we have been, the UPDF is undertaking stalled projects of health centers and schools, Right Honourable Speaker. Secondly,
Honorable Lope, how did this come in?
Right Honourable Speaker.
Because what you're raising is something very important that should come as a substantial item in the order paper. The issue of engineering brigade why don't you give us and we bring it as a substantial?
Right, Honorable Speaker, my job is to speak. The Speaker's job is to guide, and you're just
Okay,
doing that.
can we bring it under an item? Since the other one of broadcasters has gone to ICT.
Much
so-
obliged.
So we can bring that and we also bring a report to that effect.
Secondly, Right, Honorable Speaker, again with your indulgence.
Thirdly,
No, I vacated the first. I never raised it. So I'm raising the second. That's why you have a speaker in the House. The second is Directive 73. Management of local revenue. I don't know, Speaker. Local revenue budgets for the financial 23-24 are based on projections by respective local government votes. Expenditure limits for local revenue shall continue to be issued based on remittances to the Uganda Consolidated Fund. The expenditure limit shall be issued by the Accountant General's Office as and when funds are received. Right, Honorable Speaker, this House issued directives on the issue of local revenue remittances, aware that the Ministry of Finance was very slow in making available these funds to local governments, which is why you find municipalities, local governments with rotten, streets, garbage is not collected. Every member here can make testimony that no local government has received 100% remittances. Finance failed to return these funds, and they were the premise upon which the House took a resolution that they should collect, spend, and account, and it was within the law, Right, Honorable Speaker. Will the Minister of Finance explain how he vacated the directive and issued of Parliament without the leave of Parliament, Right, Honorable Speaker?
thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You'll need to answer that. But meanwhile, in the public gallery this morning, we have students and teachers from Devon Junior School. That's from Kira Municipality, Wakiso. Kindly stand up. Devon Junior School. You're most welcome. They are represented by Honorable Namuju, and Honorable Semuju and Honorable Naluimas Ife. Thank you, welcome. And then we have students and teachers from Blessed Kindergarten Primary School from Wakiso. They are still represented by Honorable Naluima Ethel. Please stand up. You're most welcome. And Seru Kunya David, you're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Honorable members, before the minister comes to respond to what has been raised, one, I want Honorable Panado. There are some things that don't just make a joke. There are things that don't make a joke out. That is number 2 of this country. I am merely number 3. I am merely number 3, and my work is in this house, not as a president, okay? So can you withdraw that statement?
Madam Speaker, with due respect, and given the circumstance you are working in, I withdraw my statements.
Number 3.
There are no circumstances.
Because
There are no circumstances.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
No.
Speaker,
There
I
are
withdraw
no-
my statement because I looked at the scenario, the right Prime Minister, she's in Rome. President is in
I
Tanzania.
don't need an explanation.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I withdraw my statement.
I am a speaker of parliament.
You are
I'm not a
number 3, you are the
president.
Speaker of Parliament and you are my boss.
Honorable members, we need to respect each other person's position. And that's how some of us were brought up. Next item. A, response to.
Right Honorable Speaker, the leader of opposition raised an issue concerning management of local revenue. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that we manage public funds in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act, and Section 30 of this act talks about the consolidated fund. And if I may read, Section 30(1) reads as follows: all revenues or other money raised or received for purposes of the government shall be paid into and shall form part of the consolidated fund, except under Section 29. Madam Speaker, what this means is that if you are an entity of government and you collect funds, the law requires that you remit all these funds to the consolidated fund. What we do for local revenues collected by local governments and are budgeted for, we normally return this money to them. We have circumstances where the local governments have under budgeted. When you are under budget and you collect excess revenue, the law does not allow us to remit money back to you which you have not budgeted for. What we normally ask them to do is to rebudget through a supplementary. And when this comes in time, we have always complied and sent money to them. Madam Speaker, the issue too on the engineering brigade, this is not new, Madam Speaker. It is something we are implementing in the areas we mentioned in the budget called Satura.
I thought that was referred to a committee.
I don't see why he has a concern.
I thought that was referred to a committee. The one you're making, the one you're responding to, I told you to come with a statement to that effect. You don't need to respond just casually like that. Come with a statement with the facts. And especially when you're looking at figures. Act as an accountant.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for especially allowing LOP to raise those issues where local governments have been suffocated. I have been at the inception of Recover University, I was on the board and it was taken up by the government. And the same is applying to institutions of tertiary institutions where they collect money and Minister of Finance is supposed to remit that NTR. For purposes of clarity, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, may I request the Minister also to clarify on why Kaba University money has never remitted back as NTR and other universities. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, before he comes, he is right on the provisions of Section 39 of the PFMA, and I'm alive to this provision. But I'm also alive to the provisions of 29(3)(a), the Ministry of Finance takes away, including levies and fines, everything from the local government. And this is 29(3)(a). Will he explain under what provision of the law it takes away levies, including small marketed dues from local governments?
Honorable Minister, no, I don't want a response now. Bring a write-up to that effect and give an explanation.
Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to just say a little thing about this from the local government perspective. This is clearly an area where we depart with finance. Because under the Constitution, we run a decentralization by devolution system. The local governments are not substructures of the Ministry of Finance. Actually, they have their powers to budget, to pass supplementary budgets, to raise as much revenue as they like. But now when you hear that when they raise more money than they had budgeted, then they cannot spend it until they have to ask for the, it is something, honorable members, really we need to take forward very seriously. Unless together as Parliament and Cabinet, we reflect on this very seriously, you will find the districts demoralized with very little revenue when the money is stuck here. Just look at the rationale of this. You collect money from the market, from the roads, from the parks. It comes here to the consolidated fund. Then it is looked at and we see it is good, then we send it back. And yet we have a council with the full legislative mandate, the full budgetary mandate. So, Speaker, I want to request you allow us, the two ministries, finance and local government, seriously to harmonize on this matter. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, as you harmonize this matter, maybe you need to also to amend the Public Finance Management Act. When you look at Section 29 of the Public Finance Management Act, it is what is causing all this problem. So why don't we have an amendment to that effect? Because the money collected, the NTR should be there to help these people. Because now when you look at the PFMA, is what is causing all these problems.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as a matter of procedure, I moved a motion, I moved here and I was granted to move an amendment of the Public Order Management Act.
Not order.
Public Finance Management Act. Public Finance Management Act. I've since written to your office and I've already had that motion and we are ready to broadly amend the Public Order Management Act. It awaits Public Finance Management Act. So all that awaits is for you to schedule this on the order paper and we have so many of these aspects duly attended to.
Thank you. Will clerk look at that and we have it on the order paper. Next item.
Item 7, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the microfinance deposit taking institutions, revision of minimum capital requirements, instrument 2022.
Procedure, right,
Minister of Local Government and Finance, how much time do we give you to harmonize and come to the House? How much time?
Madam Speaker.
Because before we do the amendment, you should be able to return back the monies. Yes, how much time?
Madam Speaker, in our opinion as finance, the law has no problem.
Okay, in your opinion of finance, is it required of you to send back the money to the entities that you've gotten money from, the NTR?
Madam Speaker, there is no entity that has collected money and budgeted and has not received it back.
Local government, true or false? Sorority is smelling because you failed to take back the money that is collected.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there is complaint from very many local governments, especially the urban authorities.
Yes.
They collect the money, they send it here, then they suffer with garbage, they suffer with service delivery. For me, it's not only that. Indeed, Honorable Chuvumbi has a point. The Public Finance Management Act, I think at a certain time has been taken as the super act, as if it is above the Local Government Act, as if it is above all other acts. I think, Madam Speaker, I totally take your guidance. The two ministries must sit and harmonize. Then we come to you with a harmonized position. I thank you.
Honorable members, this is a matter of executive. Matter of the executive, go and harmonize yourself and come up on how we can do better service delivery to our people. It's not just a matter of saying there is no problem with the law, and also it's not finance. Please go and harmonize and ensure you report to this house. I am giving you a month to do that. Next item.
Item 7, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the microfinance deposit-taking institutions, revision of minimum capital requirements instrument 2022.
Honorable members, on Thursday, 6th July, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development tabled a microfinance deposit-taking institution revision of minimum requirements. That is the capital, minimum capital requirements, instrument 2022. These regulations were aimed at operationalizing Islamic banking in the microfinance deposit-taking institutions. And I'm duly informed that the chair of the Committee of Finance is ready with the report. Chair, I now invite you to come and present.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. And indeed, we are ready, and I hereby lay in table the report copy, the minutes and addenda in regard to this report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I was also notified of a minority report in accordance with procedure 205, and the copy has been attached also. Right Honorable Speaker, the microfinance deposit-taking institutions, revision of minimum capital requirements, instrument 2022 was presented to plenary by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the 6th of July, 2023, and it was then referred to this Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for consideration in accordance with Rule 189 of the rules of procedure of this parliament. And under the methodology, the committee held meetings and received submissions from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Bank of Uganda. And the committee further made reference to the Microfinance Deposit-Taking Institutions Amendment Act 2003. Justification for the Microfinance Deposit-Taking Institutions, revision of the minimum capital requirements instruments 2022. The ministry seeks to increase the minimum paid-up cash capital requirement of the microfinance deposit-taking institutions from 25,000 currency points to 500,000 currency points. And the objective of the microfinance deposit-taking institutions, revision of the minimum capital requirements instructions 2022, are therefore the following: to improve soundness of the financial sector and enhance efficacy of the monetary policy transmission. To ensure that minimum capital requirements are commensurate with economic growth and inflation developments, are aligned with the financial system of development, and sufficient to address emerging risks. And also ensure that Ugandan microfinance deposit-taking institutions hold strong capital that is adequate to finance national development priorities and strategies, and to compete in the regional markets. To also ensure that microfinance deposit-taking institutions hold reasonable capital to protect their depositors and creditors against the risk of losses from banking businesses. And to ensure that Uganda's minimum capital requirements for microfinance deposit-taking institutions is in line with the international standards. And the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Environment proposes there is an increase in minimum paid-up cash capital requirement for microfinance deposit-taking institutions shall take effect from June 2024. Observations. It is observed that erosion of the minimum capital requirement, I beg your pardon, it is observed, and it is an observation and recommendation of the committee under an issue of erosion of minimum capital requirements. The committee observed that the value of the required minimum capital requirement has been eroded over time. And there needs to be aligned with the macro developments of this country. Between 2010 and 2020, real GDP increased by an annual average of 5.8%. Annual headline inflation average of 6.1%. The Uganda shilling stock, Uganda and US dollars exchange rate depreciated by 58.1%, while microfinance deposit-taking institutions' minimum capital remained unchanged. The purpose to align or alignment of capital with the growth in assets, risks, and regulatory developments. The committee observed that the current paid-up capital is insufficient to efficiently operate a new microfinance deposit-taking institutions, given the earlier mentioned macroeconomic evolution in the microfinance markets. Therefore, the committee further observed that the currently operating microfinance deposit-taking institutions already have the minimum paid-up capital requirement being proposed. And the 4 microfinance deposit-taking institutions currently in operations are Finca, Uganda, Pride Microfinance, Uganda, and others. Need to enhance domestic capital to finance Uganda's growing economy. The committee observed that enhancement of paid-up capital will enable banks to finance strategic development projects and sectors which are currently largely financed with external borrowing and domestic syndications due to the single obligor or limits restricted by low minimum capital requirements. Benchmarking as an issue observed by the committee. The committee observed that there is need to enhance Uganda's banking industry in competitive terms in the East African region or East African community, common financial services market. In real terms, Uganda has the lowest paid up capital among regional peers, undermining Uganda's bankers' competitiveness while exposing the sector to the risk of regulatory arbitrage. Therefore, the committee, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, recommends that the microfinance deposit-taking institutions revision of the minimum capital requirements instrument 2022 be approved by this current parliament, and I hereby submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair. You said there was a minority report? Who has the minority report?
Right Honorable Speaker, we have a minority report, and I'll not go into the detail of the background. I'll straight go to the essence of the minority report. And I'll start with maybe the quoted cents, currency points. Let me put the figures so that members know what exactly we are doing. We are raising the minimum capital for MDIs from 500 billion to 10 billion requirement, 500 million to 10 billion in one go. Because when you quote currency points, members may not convert them quickly. So what we are doing is that we are saying the minimum requirement for MDS will be raised instantly from the day we adopt it, from 500 billion to 500 million to 10 billion. That's why I have a minority report. Section 50.
What form did that increment?
Yes.
From 500 million to
10 billion.
To 10 billion. Is that correct, Honorable Minister? And that's what you want?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi has given details. When we talk of the currency points, exactly what he has said is the right interpretation, that we are shifting from 500 million to 10 billion. And I justified in my report, in our report as Finance Committee, that there is an element of benchmarking and considering the region, the East African community, and how the rest have adjusted. And it is also important to note that from our discussions with the Minister of Finance, it was confirmed that the 4 microfinance deposit-taking institutions have already aligned to that amount of 10 billion.
Can we hear from Finance? What a shift. Let's resolve this. Because from 500 really too. Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think it will be better that
No, you finish.
First making my presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, based on the above, the Minister of Finance, let me go straight here, that currently under Tier 3 microfinance institutions, Uganda has only 4 MDS, namely Pride Microfinance Limited, Finca, Ugadef, and EFC that can fulfill those conditions. In our view, this increment is high and prohibitive in a way that it will discourage new entrants in the sector. Uganda has a large unbanked and underbanked population, especially in rural areas. The idea of establishing MDIs in Uganda was to help bridge this gap by offering financial services to individuals and small businesses who might not have access to traditional banks. By providing deposit-taking services, MDIs enable people to save money securely and access credit, which can lead to increased financial inclusion and economic development. High capital requirements might limit the lending capacity of MDIs, particularly small institutions with limited resources. They may be more cautious about extending loans, resulting in a reduced access to credit for microfinance enterprises and low-income borrowers. To meet high capital requirements, MDRs may need to raise additional funds, either through equity investment or retained earnings. This can increase their cost of capital and potentially lead to high interest rates on loans, affecting the affordability of credit for borrowers. Small-scale MDIs may struggle to meet the stringent capital requirements, which could hinder their growth and expansion. As a result, the sector might become concentrated with the larger institutions dominating the market. In conclusion, with the high capital requirement for microfinance deposit-taking institutions, with high capital requirement for microfinance deposit-taking institutions can enhance financial stability, credibility, and risk management. They may also pose challenges in terms of lending capacity, growth for smaller MDs, and financial institutions. Financial inclusion. Striking the right balance in setting capital requirement is crucial to enabling a stable and inclusive microfinance sector that benefits both the institution and the communities they serve. Our appeal, Right Honorable Speaker, is that for the first time, if this is the first go, let this requirement be raised from 500 million to 2 billion, to 2 billion, to 2 billion. Justification. The justification is to the effect, Right Honorable members, is that if the capital requirement are 10 billion, that means those 10 billions are stuck up there. And people cannot access that money. They cannot lend it out. It has to be there. And you are talking about microfinance institutions. Two, you risk the 4 crowding out the rest and entry becoming very strongly difficult. Yet you want to expand and to enable other people. The other problem you have is that our local people who are struggling to grow these institutions, to finance and grow institutions that will help people, may find it difficult to thrive. So therefore, our humble view that by an extension, a single raise in a single instrument like this one has adverse effect. And 2, no adequate research has been furnished. This intrusive, that say we raise this, and we are coming up with another argument on banks, because there is another instrument we are dealing with on banks. Actually, we are not going to debate it, because, Right Honorable Speaker, the same has been done on banks, where capital has been raised to 130 billion. We believe this, in the long run, will crowd out the local people and surrender our entire financial sector to foreign domination. We must be very careful when we are really legislating our local players out of this sector. I'm aware that a little caution should be taken in how to ensure that these institutions have the requisite capital to lend economic to meet our economic growth needs. We must be very careful that we don't legislate our local entrepreneurs, our local people, because there's a lot of capital flight. When they make this profit, they all go out of the country. So on his benefit, on whose behalf are we legislating for? That's why, for those of you who want a justification, is that this is pro-people, pro-Black people, participation in a global economy. It is patriotism. It is for all those other reasons. Pan-African.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate my colleague and friend.
You're responding to the.
Just one issue that he has made. The Right Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi has said there are issues of concern of capital flights. And actually, one of the reasons why the committee considered this valid point is to look at how we can protect our depositors and creditors. And for that reason,
First explain to members what is that capital requirement that is required, that we are discussing about. The money that you must deposit to the Bank of Uganda,
yes,
for you to be given or for you to be licensed to operate as a bank. That is the money. But that money is not taken by anybody. It remains your money. But in the circumstance that you as a bank gets a problem, this money is what is used to pay back to the depositors.
Right.
No, I'm not saying we take the 10, but I'm explaining what it is.
Right Honorable Speaker, you're very right. And indeed, the concern of the committee is that if our own citizens, our people who are operating businesses in Uganda and depositing with these microfinance deposit-taking institutions do business, we avoid money being taken away. We avoid people losing their money, because once this requirement, like you have rightly put it, is deposited and this microfinance deposit-taking institution is licensed, then there is a fallback position to recover money of depositors in case there is any situation.
How much is the minimum capital for Tier 1?
Right Honorable
Tier
Speaker.
1 and 2?
Right Honorable Speaker, for commercial banks, the minimum capital requirement is 150 billion. And in this one, we are saying 10 billion should be sufficient. I am yet to confirm, Right Honorable Speaker, because I don't have it on record, the one for Tier 2. And I've asked my clerk to get it and I'll give it immediately.
Honorable members, we have 4 tiers. We have Tier 1 and 2. 3, where the MDIs are. That's the one we are talking about, the deposit-taking institutions. And of course, in these deposit-taking institutions, they are not checking. They don't give you checks. They don't do foreign exchange. That is the difference. Of course, the minimum capital on Tier 1, the commercial banks like the Stanchart, Centenary, Stanbic, that is the Tier 1 class. Now, that's why I'm saying we want to know how much money is for Tier 1, those other tiers. And then the other issue is, what was the basis of the 10 billion? Why not 1? What was the basis?
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the chair clarified and I need to clarify. Right Honorable Speaker, you cannot run a policy in a financial institution based on a caution that institutions will collapse. Rather, the forward-looking policy is how do I grow the financial strength of institutions. This kind of approach is self-defeating.
When we are talking about financial institutions, talk about risks also.
Yes, yeah, I know the risks, but no matter how big a bank can be, those of us who studied how Wall Street got issues, the deposit is not the question that helps. why banks collapse and succeed is not this. They are different arenas. What this one effectively does is that you stick away money. You stack away money in Bank of Uganda. I don't want to go. Yes, I know Mr. Kanya. I know who you work for. So, no, you work for the people of Uganda. What's wrong with that?
Order. Honorable Speaker, I have very high regard for my shadow Minister of Finance. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for my Minister of Finance, who's supposed to be well-informed, well-researched, and having technical staff supported by you, to give information to this House, which is not factual, that the minimum capital requirement will stop capital flight. And yet the intention in the financial market is to protect depositors and to enable the commercial banks and financial institutions to be able to have liquidity at ease. It's in order to give false information to this House.
Honorable members, the principle in banking is about liquidity versus profitability. The amount of money that you're going to lend out is going to be based on what capital, minimum capital do you have with the central bank. And based on that, it is also on how much money can you keep. What is the percentage of what you can lend out vis-a-vis how much money you can keep as cash to maintain liquidity in the bank. And it is also based on how much security or how secured are your depositors and borrowers. That is the basis of the capital requirements by the central bank.
Right. I respect Honorable Kanya, and he was once a shadow minister. And he was working for the people. Right, Honorable Speaker. See the argument I'm making, and that's why we have a difference. And that's where we are having a problem, not only in Uganda, in the whole of Africa. When you do this kind of thinking by the World Bank institutions, what has happened is that the local players are being crowded out of the financial market.
Because they cannot raise the money
required.
capital.
Therefore, as we legislate, that's why I made a question of capital flight. And I said, as long as those that earn profit at the end of the day in the bank are foreign, consequently, there's no trickle down to the people in the rural areas. Now,
yes, there's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we received the two reports. And Right Honorable Speaker, the people who presented the two reports have dominated the debate for the reports.
No, we have not opened the debate. We are clarifying. It's a clarification. I'm going to open the debate. Yes, first clear what has been raised.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me thank my friend Honorable Chivumbi for raising the issues that concern him. I tried to persuade him in the committee. I thought I had convinced him satisfactorily, but let me also try my level best to convince him to agree with us. Number one, this measure, this reform, is not aimed at protecting the foreigners. We have tiers in banking. We have tier 1, where commercial banks are. We have tier 2, these are credit companies which are allowed to take deposits. We have tier 3, where we are now. We have tier 4, where most of our people, the circles, the what, where they fall. Madam Speaker and the House, it is in the interest of this economy and in the interest of the banks themselves that they have a sound base, which is the capital. If you are going to do business, there is business that is done by the strong people, and the strength is in business is nothing else but the capital. Madam Speaker, we have a duty to manage this economy and to ensure that this economy continues to be sound. You asked about the basis upon which we arrived at this. We looked at the inflation numbers over the years since 2003 and now. So many things have happened. We have developments in the financial system, the money laundering you keep hearing about. We have increased risk because of technology. Our depositors must be adequately protected. And also the economic growth over the years. We have seen the economy continue to grow. And Madam Speaker, once all this happens, there are potential risks which we must guard against. And that's why we are saying, if in 2003, the minimum capital under tier 3 was 500 million, now 20 years down the road, we are proposing to take it 10 billion. Under tier 2, if in 2003 we were at 1 billion, now the minimum capital required here is 25 billion. For tier 1 banks, in 2003, we were at 25 billion. Now we are at 150 billion. All this has created an opportunity for these banks to become strong. I want to appeal to the House to see and appreciate that there is really a need to present an environment where our financial system is sound, is strong enough to manage both internal and external business. And for those whom my brother Honorable Chivumbi is concerned about, we can start them from tier 4 and nurture them to graduate to the levels. Because I feel every company, every startup at one point would wish to grow. It would wish to, any one of us who does business would wish to grow and raise a capital of 10 billion also in order to be one of the big. We graduate from small to big. I wish to invite honorable colleagues and honorable Chivumbi to really appreciate that. Even when you cannot afford this capital, you have a window under tier 4 to still do same business. Madam Chair, Speaker, with this submission, I would like to appeal to the House to support the committee position and our position in approving this instrument. I beg to move, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, we can now debate. Let's start with John.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I need clarification from the chair. When you look at the methodology in the report, the people who were consulted is only Bank of Uganda and Ministry of Finance. And yet he highlighted that we have 4 microfinance deposit-taking institutions in this country.
So the stakeholders were?
They were not. But secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the microfinance deposit-taking institutions are the ones which are easily accessible by our rural people. We already have a bad precedent in this country. The cost of credit is very high. If we make the capital requirement very high, we shall be closing out more new players. If we allow new players to come into the market, we shall create the cost of credit lower because of competition. I don't agree with the majority report, and I wish to adopt the minority report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yusuf?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity of listening to the minister when he's saying that if you can't afford tier 3, then try 4. Madam Speaker, I've had the benefit of looking at section 90, subsection 1 of tier 4 Act, which regulates the money lenders. Madam Speaker, the minister is authorized under that section to come up with a maximum interest rate to the money lenders. This is an act of 2016. To date, Madam Speaker, there is no such instrument in place. And as you are aware, colleagues, most of our colleagues here have been arrested, taken to prisons because of unregulated interest rate. My question to the minister is, when is he going to come up with this instrument so that he gives the maximum interest rate that the money lenders must charge? Because this is how we are going to protect Ugandans. Otherwise, we have left it the money lenders charging 150% per annum. Others are charging 300 because Section 9 has not been invoked by the minister for purposes of regulating the maximum interest rate. The reason being that some of them are also interested, and that's why he's now pushing the members to go to tier 4, because that is where there is a lacuna in the law. Otherwise, we pray that you do this as early as possible. Otherwise, our people are dying just because of what the money lenders are doing, including the members of parliament here, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker. If you look at most of our colleagues who have been taken to Luzira, they borrowed 20 million shillings, and at the end of the day, they are supposed to pay 100 million shillings. This only being that the interest rate is not regulated. And Madam Speaker, the minister must be ordered and directed that within 1 week, this must be in place. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, were you aware of that provision?
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, yes, I am aware the law is there because I enacted it.
And have you acted as per the law?
What I need to follow up is whether the instrument was worked on or not, and I report it back to the House.
Now, can I give you 1 week to report to my office on that issue?
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
And the money lenders who are really harassing members of parliament with the very high interest rates, even if a member passes 1 day, and yet the easiest way of getting their money is from parliament, I am going to cancel the MOUs between those money lenders and the parliament. I will do it because I cannot afford having members of parliament every time in court, especially those who are dealing directly with the parliament must behave. Lee, we are debating on the amount, the minimum capital requirement.
Madam Speaker, I have listened to the minister and the chair submit. I can categorically say that they are submitting from a speculative perspective. The minister has talked about inflation and the changes in technology as the basis for the proposal they are making. Madam Speaker, a proposal of this nature must be subjected to regulatory impact assessment, which the two parties have not been able to present. The finance chair has leveraged their recommendation on what is been benchmarked in the region. But we all know Kenya's economy, Tanzania's economy is bigger than ours. If you look at the GDP of those countries, is different from ours. Therefore, I would have expected a chair to make sure we cut the size of our clothing according to the size, which, sorry, I know you have got me right, which you did not do. Madam Speaker, these recommendations of the committee, the majority report, they are intended to reinforce uncompetitive practices. You are only trying to increase entry barriers for our local people. There is no basis whatsoever to increase capital requirement for our microfinance institutions. Already, you know, they only fall in that category. Why do we think they are not more coming on board? And now you want to put in more barriers for people to enter. Madam Speaker, this government has a policy of promoting small and medium enterprises, micro, small, medium enterprises. What this recommendation is going to do is to stifle growth of those small, medium, micro enterprises if this house buys into it. Therefore, I'm of the strong opinion that for us not to reinforce uncompetitive practices in this country, if we want the small people to grow and we should be able to raise more taxes, we must abandon altogether the recommendation of the majority, and we must implore the Ministry of Finance to carry a regulatory impact assessment on the proposals they are making, so that we will then be able to know how each of those considerations they made affect the people of Uganda, and going forward, how it will serve the economy of this country. I thank you.
Honorable members, and Tier 1, we have the Deposit Protection Fund Act, which only allows you to get 3 million. Has it been amended? It is now 10. So why don't we also amend that one? Because there are some very rich people who have their money in the bank, and if the bank closes, you can't get it, you can only get it 10. Why don't you also amend that one? That is a more protective.
Madam Chair, any effort towards, sorry, Madam Speaker, any effort towards strengthening the financial sector is welcome. And we are going to look into the Deposit Protection Fund Act, and with a view of raising the minimum refund customers can get from 10 to another figure which we shall agree on.
So yes, Samuel.
Right, Honorable
Samuel,
Speaker.
not Sam, not Sanon. Samuel, not San. Okwiri, okay. Let me use the local name Okwiri.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee for this report, and also my brother, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, for the minority. However, the recommendation of the committee has issues, Madam Speaker. It crowds out other players and limit the space to a few players who will want to take advantage of being minority, because they have all the advantage to exploit the common man, the people who want to get access to these funds. So, Madam Speaker, to me, we should reduce the minimum requirement so that there are many entrants, because the associated benefits of competition. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, when you look at the methodology, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development was consulted. Bank of Uganda was consulted. Fiscal was not consulted. The stakeholders were not consulted. I am going to defer this, and the committee goes back to consult the stakeholders.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
And next time when you have a report, make sure that the stakeholders are consulted. You hear their views before. Yes.
I know you'll need to help this country. Thanks for this ruling, but you need to help this country further. I know you referred the statutory instrument on the minimum requirements for banks to the committee, but the rules don't necessarily are not as it is on MDIs. So it's being implemented. But as the minister has informed you, it has huge impact on the economy. We did find it also proper that the government comes here to explain the justification for the increase from 25 million to 45 billion to 130 billion and 150 billion. And they are intending to increase it further. You'll help because there are huge economic implications. Not necessarily that this will come here, but we need to have a well-informed opinion as Parliament to what that may imply to our local banks, because most likely you'll find Post Bank, you'll find these other housing finance bank. Consequently, we are going to be required to fund from the consolidated fund to give more money now to housing finance, to Post Bank, and therefore we need a huge impact of what those instruments they have issued by Bank of Uganda mean to this economy, because we are going to commit public money consequently to capitalize housing finance and Post Bank in the interim.
Okay, then we'll get that information also. But of course, when you look at in terms of the clientele base, how much money is being borrowed from those institutions. I know most of the members love going to housing finance, Post Bank, because they are government institutions. You'll find somebody is borrowing 2 million, and if they're about 100 people. Anyway, Lob, by the way, we started the house early.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence. Your ruling gives space to rethink our financial sector model. And I would like to invite the Minister of Finance to have a liberal view of how this sector is managed elsewhere. We're actually running a struggling financial sector in as far as local involvement is concerned. And partly because, Right Honourable Speaker, we do not have antitrust legislations. Antitrust legislations are laws relating to competition in Uganda. It is the reason why banking is an oligopoly sector, telecommunication is oligopolistic, because we do not have antitrust legislations. And that is in a way suffocating the growth of these sectors. What we call as protecting clientele, part of the protection will be how we manage competition. If you leave this sector to act as an oligopoly, you're actually inviting, and that's why in the region, we have the highest interest rates in the region. Part of the reason is because we do not have antitrust legislation. The banks look around, they have monopoly. The local banks are suffocated. The foreign banks have a huge capital. They are lending to government. So the Minister of Finance should go back and rethink the model of this sector. Remember, right, Honorable Speaker, you see, the biggest mobilizer of savings in this country is Social Security. The Minister of Finance here, my friend, while chairing the Finance Committee, brought a report to liberalize this sector and then withdrew it. If you look at 360 degrees why the financial sector is struggling, is because its savings is not mobilized properly. So encouraging microfinance to go rural in a liberal manner will mobilize out savings and grow the economy and bring down interest rates. Did we go to the same school of economics? Did we do the same economics, Honorable Minister?
You see, Honorable, we need to work on the perception towards a saving culture. When you look at Ugandans, I don't know why. First of all, the outreach of the financial institutions. When you look at the banks, how many of them have a wider outreach? A wider outreach. All of them are concentrated in one area. So we need to look at issues of outreach, issues of saving culture. You get it?
But Madam Speaker, as finalized, you will not legislate outreach, but you can make it possible.
You can improve outreach by reducing the minimum capital.
Exactly my point. When you do that, then you have more institutions going to the people on top of liberalizing the savings
Honorable
sector.
members, I want to remind you that I was in the bank for 12 years and I left as a senior manager.
So, Honorable Speaker, we are speaking the same language, and the Minister of Finance is speaking an alien language to banking and finance that I do not know where he gets it. I hope he speaks the same language coming back, and we find a way of really involving our people in the sector. Other capital flight is so high in this sector, and partly because of the huge requirements by the locals to participate in banking. I thank you.
Thank you. Morris?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my addition I wanted to just put as you guided that the committee goes and they really consult further with more stakeholders. You realize, Right Honorable Speaker, that even the current stakeholders who are in tier 3, that is the Finca and Pride. Right Honorable Speaker, Pride has government money. If we had left Pride to operate alone, it would not be at that level. Right Honorable Speaker, Finca has money from Clinton Foundation. If they had not got that support, they would equally not be in that level. So the moment we only look at these big levels and we get a report of that kind, it means there are people who have accumulated a lot of money who only want to be the players in the market and want to crowd up the rest. Yet my people in Bugabula can only afford the small ones. And when we see this coming, according to what the minister presented, that the other one was 25 billion, now it's 150. The other one was 2, it's now 30. It means they are moving next to circles. They will say circles next, you must have 50 billion. So we must guard against this, right?
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to add to the debate on the floor of the House. The President has encouraged us and the country to go for PDM. Conceptually and theoretically, by the end of 5 years, if each parish participates as required, they will be having about 500 million. By the current level of capital required for an MDI that we are talking about to be able to be recognized on capital basis, literally every parish in this country would be capable to qualify as an MDI. We're having a savings problem in this country. And for the last so many 15, 20 years, we've had only 4 of these MDIs. The finance committee and the ministry should come to this house with proposals that create an enabling environment for increased participation of more local players in this sector than ring fencing and make it very difficult for locals to continue and leave it only for the highly capitalized foreigners to take over this area. I strongly stand with the view of the minority report.
Thank you.
And we as a house should create policies that make Ugandans increased players in this sector than locking them out. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, the official training, sports training for Yala Games is on. And you need to start. I'm surprised the chairman has not announced it, but you need to start because we will be having the games towards the end of this year. I now adjourn the house to Tuesday, 15th August.